hey. Hey. Check test 1 2 1 2. Hey. 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 Check test 1 2 1 2. Hey. Monitors lo ya ke center fill lo monitors lo పంపి monitors లో పంపి monitors లో లేదు కదా హెడ్సెట్ అది మేట్రిక్స్లో వెళ్ళిపోయింది ఆల్రెడీ సెంటర్ ఫిల్స్ మానిటర్స్ అంటాను హే హే చెక్ టెస్ట్ 1 2 1 2 హే లేకుంటే ఒకసారి ఆపై మ్యూట్ చేయి Hey, check test 1 2. Hey. Hey. Check test 1 2 1 2. तुम का टाइप है Hey. Check test 1 2.
तो इसमें దీంట్లో వేరే కూడా ఉందా
Hey. అది లేపలేదు చెక్ టెస్ట్ 1 2 హే చెక్ టెస్ట్ 1 2 హే చెక్ టెస్ట్ 1 2 హే చెక్ టెస్ట్ 1 2 Hey.
నేడాలా
Hey. Check test 1 2 1 2. Hey. Check test 1 2 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Check test 1 2 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Check test 1 2.
इसमें देखा था मैं
Label. Hey 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 hey. Check test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Done.
Hello team. Small thing. There are two vehicles parked outside the venue. Can just that take it to be AP 13 AD 5739. I'll repeat 5739 Chevrolet. Second vehicle is TS 16 UB 6186. I repeat 6186.
Check 1 2 3. Check.
I repeat
Check,
5739
check, 1 2 3.
Chevrolet.
Check.
ఇక్కడ ఉంది
Check 1 2 3. Check. I'll just check once. Check. 1 2 3. Check. Check 1. Check 1 2 3. Check audio check. Sorted.
morning, all. It's another beautiful day, another important day for all of us. Because the minute we talk about Development Dialogue 2024, the 6th edition happening in Nizamabad, we've been talking about sustainable initiatives. And we have decided to practice sustainability in more ways than one. Look around and you won't see any plastic around, because we thought the plastic bottle demonstrates something that we surely want to avoid. So we've eliminated all plastic bottles this time. Even the cutlery that you would use during breakfast and lunch, we've shifted to an alternative option. And even the alternate option we picked, keeping in mind that it has to be sustainable. So we opted for sugar bagasse plates, which is an upcycled version of agricultural waste. Then the focus went to waste management mechanism, where we implemented waste segregation units at the dining area. The food waste would go to biogas plants and any recyclable waste to recycling units or upcycling companies. We've also spent time conducting trainings for all stakeholders, including food staff and volunteers, to ensure that the segregation happens the way we want it to. The conference notepad that you would see is surely taking us one notch above recycling, because the cover of the notepad that you see has seeds in it, around 40 of them. So once you're done using it, you could tear them apart, plant them, and that is going to be a source of life which will last or maybe outlive all of us. The paper bags in which our giveaways are placed surely are more valuable than a lot of things. There are a lot of interesting facts that could help all of us practice sustainability initiatives in our own small little ways. Whenever you get a chance to go through the stalls, do walk through them, and you'll be surprised to see the beautiful ideas around the red and the blue lens. I'm not giving away way too much on that. Please do explore whenever you get time, and let me tell you, this would be a very pleasant surprise. So the minute we say sustainability, we mean it, and we practice it in more ways than one. Thank you so much. Darshan music. Check. Start. Manish. Right, so good morning, everybody. A little more energy, please. Good morning, everybody. Oh, nice. All these students in blue t-shirt, let me tell you, the first 2 rows are scoring better than you now. Okay, so I want you to do better. So good morning, everybody. Nice. Now we are talking. Because the initiatives that we're going to be discussing today surely needs a lot of energy. Because we're not talking about things that are going to last maybe another 4, 5, 7, 10, 15, 20. No. We're talking about initiatives that are going to last a lifetime and maybe beyond. And for that, trust me, the people that we are depending upon are you. So all the young ones in this room, this entire dialogue might be between us, but it is for you. So the more engaged you are with this conversation, the better for all of us. So to all the young ones, please put your hands up in the air. That's my way of checking whether the audio is working. All the young ones in the room, could you please put your hands up in the air? Nice. Okay. So good job, audio team. Everybody's able to listen to me. Nice. A more sensible way of doing the audio check is to check whether people do follow us. The 6th edition of Development Dialogue is happening in Nizamabad. People who have attended this know for a fact that this adds so much value to anybody who is sane, who is sensible, who's looking at opportunities to create changes. And the minute we talk about changes, who do we need? We need change makers. And that's what we realized yesterday. We might want to change a lot of things. We might want a lot of things to improve. But in order to do all of that, there is one thing that we consistently need on a daily basis across levels in our society. And yes, I am talking about change makers. Whenever we have an event, we know the best way to start is by lighting the lamp, by driving away the darkness, ushering in new light. And like always, when we're dealing with Kakatiya Sandbox, they say, the ones who are living the change we want to bring about are the ones who should be lighting the lamp. So let me invite on stage 3 young change makers to light the lamp and say, we are ready to start the 6th edition of Development Dialogue in Nizamabad. To the 3 change makers, please, all yours. Music.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च गतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूप
Thank you so much, Alekhya. Thank you so much, Purnashri. I think what we saw there is a beautiful example on how difficult it is to create sustainability. Right? To get the light up, the lamp up, there was a little struggle. But then once you go past that, it's surely bright. It shines bright for a long, long, long time. Thank you so much to both of you. And that wasn't planned, it just happened. Right, so now it's also time to invite on stage the person who hasn't slept for long, hasn't eaten for longer, because he's been working hard to get all of this together. Because getting these many people under the same roof, on the same platform, to discuss ideas that are so important is no easy task. So please put your hands together as I invite on stage Manish Kumar Jaiswal, CEO of Kakatiya Sandbox, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Harish. Greetings, welcome, and good morning to everyone who has come from all the part of India and the world to attend the development dialogue. It is a great pleasure and honor. Conferences logically or historically have been mega city concepts. They have been very urban concepts. And, but we as an organization believe that if ideas of rural India have to be discussed, they have to be done in rural India with the right stakeholders, with entire community coming together to rural India. Just like how we would also want, if an idea is to be discussed of urban India, it has to be discussed in urban India with the right stakeholders. Now, there is one thing to think of this dream, this vision, to do a conference of the right stakeholders in rural India. The other one is to get into reality. It is the speakers, it is the delegates like all of you who have turned that vision into reality. And you had taken the pain to take multimodal transport, come from all parts of the world to make this dream into a reality. So I really welcome all of you and thank all of you for coming down here. Thank you. Thank you for coming down here. This year's theme, which is the 6th edition of Development Dialogue in Nizamabad, is Ruralyaan, future-proofing with sustainability. Just like putting a craft on the moon was a very audacious goal for the entire Indians and for the humanity, I think if we have to future-proof our long future, we have to do it sustainably, and it will be an audacious goal. Now, when we talk about sustainability, it is just not a dream of an individual. It has to be a collective dream of the humanity, and it cannot be done selfishly. It cannot be done in isolations, in silos, one for oneself. It has to be done as a community as a whole, city as a whole, nation as a whole. And the sustainability has to be about economic sustainability, just like how we would want India to develop in all its part, just like how we want organs of the body to develop in all its part in the right proportion, we want India also to develop in the right proportion, be it urban cities, be it rural parts of India. And I think today, as we go through the agenda of development dialogue, you will have 40 speakers across 3 venues in this conference talk about how sustainability can be brought in through entrepreneurship, through skilling, through agriculture, through philanthropy, and through change making. And that is what we have gathered to actually witness today. Well, this conference, in a way, when I think about the composition, we have got 150 farmers, we have got around 100 women micro-entrepreneurs, we have got 150 students who are skilled and ready to be part of the workforce, we have got startups who are ready to create impact, we have got investors who are ready to put in money to see that social impact become a reality, and so on and so forth. So ideally, this is like a developed rural India that you can see the composition of this conference. Now, this is probably a fraction of what the entire population of North Telangana and rest of India is. But indeed, a developed rural India is a reality in this conference. And we can take that idea from this conference to rest of India through our support and partnership here. So I really welcome you all to go around the conference and talk to these farmers, micro-entrepreneurs, startups, young students, and take one story from them, share your insight. They are potentially probably your customers if you have a startup. They are probably your investee if you're an investor. Take those stories, those change, those impacts and thoughts, and if all of them culminate into an action that can lead to a sustainable world, I would feel that the idea of this conference is successful. So on that note, I'd like to welcome all of you to this conference, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish. As always, to the point, and yes, a lot of takeaways. Please do walk around, talk to all the people here. Most of them are change makers, and the stories are good enough to inspire a generation in itself. Thank you so much. Before we move further, can we also have the audio visual for the development dialogue so people get a better context? Please, thank you. Lovely, lovely, fabulous. Please do put your hands together, because getting all that done surely wasn't easy, and what we want to achieve in future surely doesn't look like, and which is the reason why we want all of us to chip in, contribute, and hold hands together. Now is a very interesting passage of time. I'll tell you why. Because I now have the responsibility of introducing somebody who surely needs no introduction at all. But now that it's a part of my deliverable, let's still go ahead and do that. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage for the founder's address, Mr. Raju Reddy, founder and former CEO of Sierra Atlantic, and more importantly, now the founder, co-founder of Kakatiya Sandbox.
Thank you, Harish. Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Thank you, thank you. And you heard the short address from Manish Jaiswal. What a wonderful young man. Give him a big hand. We are so happy. Funny and I, Fanindra Sama, who pretty much I guess everyone here knows, had the privilege of starting Kakatiya Sandbox just about 11 years ago. I think it was in July 2013 that we started the organization, inspired by the work that Deshpande and Jayashree Deshpande have been doing in Hubli for about 5 years before we started Kakatiya Sandbox. And so the central idea there was about really improving income level in rural India. And we picked a close-knit geography, roughly 10 million people. That's about 1 crore. So everything we do is in just that geography, right? And so over the last 11 years, today I would say some of our programs have really gone beyond the original North Telangana districts that we picked. Some of that, in fact, I think we have some students from parts of Maharashtra and other parts of Telangana itself. So today I would say our impact region is roughly about 1% of India's population. And at a high level, there are 3 main elements of what makes a sandbox. One, it is a bottom-up form of socio-economic development, meaning unless the local people are an active part of the solution, these changes are not sustainable. It can be somebody sitting in Bangalore or Hyderabad, let alone Silicon Valley, that can drive these things. We can certainly catalyze it. We all can play a very big role. But I think through the course of the day, you will see that there are a lot of local people that have taken a huge step forward, and they are a very strong ownership. And I think last night, some of you were at the Thai dinner, you probably got a glimpse of that. And one of my sort of favorite segments of the development dialogue is a session called, a small segment called Dreams Have No Boundaries. So these are people coming from the villages and, have transformed their lives, and some of them creating jobs for others. So that's an example of, bottom-up form of socio-economic development. Second is using an entrepreneurial mindset to address social challenges. As, my mentor and the founder of the Sandbox ecosystems, Dr. Deshpande likes to say, if you can combine the compassion of the non-profit world with the execution excellence of the for-profit world, that's when you get really significant sustainable impact. And so I think you'll find that in most of what we do, we talk about kind of the metrics, and a big part of that is also building a strong organization that can attract, nurture great talent. And Manish is, of course, a wonderful example. But beyond that, you'll find that there are several people now who, are part of the leadership team in Kakatiya Sandbox. Many that have come from the villages, from this region, and of course, quite a few from other parts of India. So I think that's a very important aspect. It can't always be just giving money, but philanthropic dollars that have a real impact is something that we try and look into with an entrepreneurial mindset. The third is scale. Country of 1 billion people, unless you touch a large enough population, you can make a meaningful difference. So roughly, as I said, today it's about 1% of India's population. The idea is if there are 20 such ecosystems, that's 20% of India, and more like 25% of India's rural population. So then you start having a big impact, right? And so over the last 11 years, to me, I guess at a high level, there are 3 big takeaways. One, change absolutely is possible. Impact is very real. To date, I think we've touched about maybe 2 million people, about 20 lakh population. So we still got a long way to go. And out of that, I would say maybe about 5 lakh people. That's about 500,000 people where it's a life-altering impact. That's very measurable, where their income levels have gone up substantially, sometimes 2x or even 3-4x, right? So that's absolutely possible. It takes time, but it does happen. Second, I'm personally a big believer in the power of relatable role models. I myself, as a tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, I was inspired by people like Kanwal Rekhi, Deshpande and others. I said, hey, if they can do, why not me, right? That's kind of how I started my entrepreneur journey. And I know there are a lot of amazing entrepreneurs here today who probably have a similar experience in their life. And I think the same thing happens at a micro level. When one of these young students from a village comes out and, from a disadvantaged background, when he or she sort of, gets a job and starts supporting the family, and some of them got into companies like Accenture and Google and others, it's amazing what it does to the rest of the children in that village. Children as in young adults, I must say. Or even when you find a progressive farmer in a village, if he starts finding a big difference with his work, it immediately propagates to the other people in the village. So I think over the last 20-30 years, we lost some of this cadre of young positive role models that they can relate to in these villages. And I think in Sandbox, that's kind of what we've been creating over the last several years, and that can only accelerate. Once again, you'll hear some of those stories. As Manish said, when you walk around the conference today, we have the farmers track, the students track, micro entrepreneurs, some of the booths here. So please, try and engage with some of those people. You'll find these amazing, wonderful examples of young change makers. And third is really, what all of you that have traveled from far and wide, from other parts of India and around the world, have a huge role to play. And many of you I know are coming back here for second, third, maybe fifth, sixth time. And people like Venkat Matella, Dr. N.C. Murthy, and Shrikant Pakala, just names Sandhya Prakash. So thank you all for making those trips, because when you come here and engage with the people here, many of you have been also participating actively with your ideas, talent, capital, and that means a lot. I just can't thank you enough. So please give a big hand to all those people that have been coming here. Because your ideas matter, your time matters, your talent, capital, everything, your network, that's immensely valuable to the people here. It's like local ownership with global talent, global resources. I think that's absolutely the formula that is required if we truly have to transform rural India. And many of you are here for the first time, and thank you once again for making that trip. And we hope to see you come back. And Nizamabad will be, and we will do everything necessary to make this a home that you can always come back to. Thank you once again, and enjoy the day and the conference.
Thank you so much, Chief. Now it's time to get going. It's time to start the dialogue on development that all of us are here for. Ideas are difficult, but converting those ideas into sustainable projects is a lot more difficult. Then you add the global dynamics to it, add another layer of complexity. Not just that, we also need to take care of the ecosystem being taken care of. So the social well-being angle also comes into the picture. Now put all of that together is the first keynote panel's topic, which is about Ruralyaan, the future-proofing with sustainability. And for that panel, as the moderator, we have Nizamabad's very own poster boy when it comes to entrepreneurship. And we also saw that little sustainability recycling thing that happened between you and Manish. And at the end of this panel, I'll ask people whether they can identify what was that. So please put your hands together for Fanindra Sama, co-founder of Red Bus, the world's largest online bus ticketing company. Fani is young global leader, and he has appeared twice in the list of 40 under 40. That effectively makes you 20. Thank you so much for being there for everybody. And every time Raju talks about relatable role models, this is the approachable role model that we have right here with us today. So thank you so much for being the moderator. All yours. Let me then also introduce, as part of the keynote panelists, we have the US Consul General in Hyderabad, Jennifer Larson, amongst us today. She was previously Director and Acting DAS of the Office of India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Bhutan and Maldives Affairs. She also served 4 years as the Deputy Principal Officer in Mumbai, India. And prior to completing a year-long course at the National Defense University in June 2016, she was a spokesperson at the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs. Ms. Larson served as the Principal Officer in Benghazi, Libya, and then Acting Deputy Chief of Mission in Tripoli. She has also served in Pakistan, France, Sudan, Jerusalem, and Lebanon. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage the Consul General, Jennifer Larson. Then we have Mr. Venkat Matela, founder and CEO, Ceramorphic Inc. Venkat has over 3 decades of engineering and management experience in developing differentiated products and building successful businesses. Prior to founding Ceramorphic, he founded Red Pine Signals, a wireless technology company that is sold to Silicon Labs for $308 million. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from IIT and is graduate of Harvard Business School. So please put your hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Venkat Matela, founder and CEO, Ceramorphic Inc. And then we're also lucky to have amongst us Mr. Ramanan Lakshmi Narayanan, founder and president, One Health Trust. A senior research scholar at Princeton University, he's also associated in various capacities with the University of Washington, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and University of Scotland. Dr. Lakshmi Narayanan chairs the board of GARDP, a global product development partnership created by the World Health Organization. So please join us in inviting on stage Mr. Ramanan Lakshmi Narayanan.
morning, everyone. We have such an inspiring panelist today. I want to start with what you do. Can you give some insights into your work? We'll start with Venkat.
So, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Tony. So,
Your mic, I think.
Hello.
Put it closer. It's probably on.
Yeah. So, my name is Venkat, and I come from a small town very close to this place in Medak district. And I come from a very small village, but went to Hyderabad for college and started my own company in the US. This is my second venture I'm running. And I am developing a supercomputing chip. That is, it's so surprisingly, when the title for today's discussion, sustainability, my company's caption is Sustainable Compute Infrastructure. You might all know that, ChatGPT, everybody uses it. But not many people know what happens behind it. When you ask for a question, the machine is trained with megawatts of power and millions of dollars it costs just to train one time the program. So supercomputing is super important, but it's also required to be done with a very low energy consumption. So my company does chips, designing supercomputing chips which consume less energy. That means it's related to the sustainability. I did not know this is almost like a marketing for my company. I was so excited when I saw the title, so I would be able to share a lot more, but that's what I do.
Nice, Venkat. So from Medak to designing chips which consume much less energy than any other chip in the market, how's that? How did that journey happen?
Well, I think, I did another company that is in the wireless space. And my expertise is designing energy efficient silicon engineering. And if you really use Garmin watches today, the latest Garmin watches, Epix 2, Phoenix 7, they all use my chips. In fact, I carry with me the tiny chip. That's my lifetime accomplishment is 3mm by 3mm chip. And I spent 17 years with a lot of Stanford PhDs and electrical engineers creating that. And that particular chip is used in a smart watch. The watch comes for 1 year. So we are not talking about energy efficiency, is a relative term. You can say always that whatever energy you are consuming, you could say it's optimal. But we are talking about a smart watch coming for a year. So that requires every component that goes inside the watch to be super efficiently designed. And that's what I've done. And the tiny chip, the 3mm by 3mm, we sold for a very nice price. And a lot of 200 people, I made everybody happy, including myself.
So how efficient is that? You're saying efficient, so is it like 50% more?
No, good question. So in fact, we competed with there are companies in the wireless space, number one companies, it starts with the letter Q, and we beat that company's chip, the best chip in the industry by 26 times. It's not 26%.
My God.
26
My
times.
God.
Yeah.
That's
maybe,
amazing.
Now that you ask me so much detail, I have to show this because this is my lifetime accomplishment as an engineer. You see this tiny thing? That is the
My
chip.
God.
The chip. It took 17 years to develop the chip, and it does 26 times better than the best chip in the industry. And you cannot just say that you are better. You have to give it your chip to a third party and ask them to compare with the existing one. They produce a report. Because if you say you are better, nobody is going to believe. Somebody else has to say you are better. That somebody else would be a third-party benchmark. Today, if there are any entrepreneurs in the group, whenever you do anything, if you say something you are better than other person by 10 times, 20 times, nobody is going to believe that. So you have to go to a third party, ask them to compare yours with your competition, then it happens. That's what I've done in the previous company, and that's what I'm going to do in my current company.
Thanks, Venkat. That's very, very inspiring. That's very inspiring. Yeah. Jennifer? Good morning. So what do you do? What do you do as a U.S. consulate, or what does this U.S. consulate in India do? We all know we get a visa, but other than that, what else? What else does the consulate do, and what do you do personally, and why are you doing what you're doing? From a talk show to now bureaucrat. Yeah.
Thank you. So I actually don't produce anything like Venkat does. So I think the way that we're trying to work towards sustainability at the consulate here in Hyderabad with my team is building sustainable bridges and relationships with India and maintaining those. And when we're talking about sustainability, we're looking very far into the future. Our two countries are natural partners. And especially when it comes to thinking about things like climate change, sustainability in all the ways that you can think about it. What we do here is represent the United States to the Indian people and try to help us create and sort of prosper together. We have many consulates throughout the country as well as our embassy in Delhi. What got me here was I was a student in Cairo some years back and was studying Arabic literature and just had a profound sense of life. It changes your life when you're able to go and live in another culture. It is just absolutely life-changing. And I thought that's something that I would like to be able to share with other people. And so, for example, we get the chance to bring students from India to the United States for their studies, which in many ways is life-changing. And that's something that I'm really proud of and I'm really committed to. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I myself did a small course in Stanford, and I can relate to it so much. It's really life-changing in the way that I actually pursue studies now. It is a very short time that I spent there, but it's very, very different from what I had experienced all through my life. Thank you. Yeah. Ramanan, yeah. So, you know, very inspiring. Actually, you are the first TED speaker, not a TEDx speaker. You're the first TED speaker that I'm like shaking my hands with.
I'm sure there'll be many in the crowd over there.
Yeah, looking forward to that. So, like, what do you do? And why you do what you do?
So, that's an interesting question. So, how many of you have ever taken an antibiotic? Raise your hands if you've taken an antibiotic. Piche? Nobody's taken antibiotics? Antibiotics are the most prescribed drugs on the planet. Most prescribed drugs on the planet. We've only had them for about 80 years. But in the process of using it, we have destroyed their value because every time you use antibiotics, the bacteria become resistant to the antibiotics. And therefore, we either have to change the antibiotics. So today, the antibiotics that have been used are very different from the ones 30 years ago. They're also much more expensive, much more expensive. So a lot of my career has been around this one problem, which is on how you sustainably use antibiotics, because these save lives. Literally billions of lives have been saved in history because of having access to antibiotics in India, you know, globally as well. Before that, if you had a bacterial infection, if you had even a small cut in your finger, if it became infected, you died. That was the outcome of it. I arrived at this place in a very different way. Of course, in my day job, you know, I'm a professor at Princeton. I teach, I do research. I work on investing in new antibiotics. I chair a product development partnership that actually funds companies to develop new antibiotics. But I actually got to this problem very much from sustainability, which was my first passion and interest has actually always been the environment and sustainability, because in India, sustainability is not a choice. Sustainability is what we're inbred with. We don't really waste stuff because we don't have very much to begin with, right? So sustainability doesn't have to be taught to us in some way. In some sense, we have to be taught to not become unsustainable, right? We started from a good place, and it is a danger to move into the place where we don't want to be. Take these plastic bottles, for instance. We don't realize plastic bottles that same bottle will be here 500 years from now, you know, polluting the environment. This is not the way in which we used to do things. This is how I arrived into antibiotics itself. In fact, I went to the US, thanks to the US consulate in Chennai, to study at the University of Washington. And I went there to study environmental economics. But in the process, I learned that there are many other problems to which you can understand through this lens of how you look at the environment and sustainability. And of course, I've applied it largely to one problem, although there are many others. But now the work is now expanded to a concept which we now call One Health. And One Health is the idea that our health, animal health, and environmental health are very closely related. Again, a concept that in India we know in an instinctive way, but is not the way in which most of the world lives. I mean, we take for granted that we can take as much we want from the planet, use as much as we want, but things will still be the same. We are now realizing from climate change, we're realizing from many other things that that is not the way it is going to be. And so that's really been my journey.
Nice, nice. But let me just plug in. This is a glass bottle. In a sustainability conference, this is not a plastic
I'm so
commercial
happy to
one-time
see that.
use.
I'm so happy to see that.
That's a reusable glass bottle. And there are many other such things in today's conference, like this thing is again reusable. Like you use and you have to drop it back in a box, which they will reuse it. So these are some of the steps that like each one of us could do towards sustainable future. But why are you such an enemy of, what did you say, antibiotics? Like if it's so bad, why are we all having it?
So this is a mistake, right? So antibiotics are very powerful drugs. You have to understand, before we had antibiotics, very simple things could kill us. But today, people take antibiotics just if they have a small cough. Now, how many of you know that viral infections don't respond to antibiotics? Antibiotics will only kill bacteria, not viruses. So some people here know this. But if we have a cough or just a fever, most of the time it's not a bacterial infection. So we are way overusing antibiotics in India, in other countries. And this is true in every country. It's true in the US, it's true in Europe.
So what happens if you overuse it?
So every time you use an antibiotic, you're killing off the bacteria that are sensitive to the antibiotic. You're only allowing the ones that are resistant to survive. So over time, the population of the resistant bacteria starts at 1 in 1 million and then slowly keeps growing till it's 1 in 10, 1 in 5, then 1 in 1. Now, many antibiotics simply do not work in India at all. Even if you've never taken antibiotics, because someone else has taken antibiotics, but doesn't work for you at all. This has become such a big issue that antibiotic resistance now kills more people than HIV AIDS. You've all heard of AIDS, right? More people than AIDS and malaria put together. It is the third largest killer in the world, antibiotic resistance, particularly big problem for India. So every time we take antibiotics, we really should be careful and think about, is this really essential for me? Which is sustainability.
Yeah. And for me, sustainability was this environment, eco-friendly, don't use plastic bottles and etc. And you're all giving a very different definition of sustainability. Jennifer mentioned sustainability in inter-country relationships. Could you elaborate on that? Like where does sustainability come in there? Right? I mean, the prime minister's change, the president's change, then altogether it's a different new ideology, different thinking, right? That's what democracy is. That's the advantage and the disadvantage of democracy. So how does sustainability, how can you sustain the relationships and what the previous prime minister has mentioned and etc. Yeah.
So thank you. That's a great question. I think that, first of all, it's not, the governments do change every 4 years, every 5 years. In some places, they'll never change. But what does not change is, I think, the understanding and the ties that peoples have built together. And for example, in the case of India and the United States, the India diaspora being so vibrant and so influential in the United States, there are certain things that you just know to be true. And we've seen that certainly in our own foreign policy towards India. It's been very consistent over the last 15 to 20 years. And I suspect, well, I know that it's just going to be growing in a much more convergent direction. And we feel the same here from our Indian counterparts. And I think why that's true, why it's going to be so sustainable, is because we're natural partners with democracy, we're trying to limit the amount of emissions that we're both pretty bad in this particular arena, and really trying to work together to be better. This may sound like I'm trying to be very optimistic, but it's very true. The type of work that we do together is going to affect for generations to come, whether that be education, whether that be working together on climate change, whether that be working together on maintaining the integrity of the geopolitics around us. It's just a really exciting time, I think, to be here in India as a diplomat. And and it will carry itself, I think, and that's what I mean about sustainability.
Thank you, Jennifer. Going to the climate thing, right? I mean, why sustainability become a in thing, right? I mean, when we all work for rural development, why are we talking about sustainability here? And why is the world talking about sustainability? I mean, your president, our prime minister, they're all talking about companies, startups, everybody's talking about sustainability. Like, why now? Why has that become a hot topic now?
I think we're in a moment in which it's just become too urgent to ignore, and there's been a coalescing around this fact. I mean, I look at the wildfires, for example, in the United States, or famine, or desertification, or migration around the world, migration dependent on climate change. It's finally, I think, come to a point when all of the data points and all of the talking heads and all of the figures, to ignore them is to be foolish, and I'm the first to say that there are fools out there. But I think that especially, and you see this in the United States too, despite your politics, the people who are coming out of college now, out of high school now, are much more focused on sustainability, on the planet, than perhaps you would have thought. There aren't very many political divides in between younger people in the United States on this issue. And I think it's because it's so urgent and it's because it's so obvious.
Thank you. Venkat, your thoughts on why sustainability becomes such a like an imminent, it needs a solution right away. Yeah.
So I think, very high level, why it is a very difficult thing to accomplish is that it's not one person's problem or one country or one state. When we talk about the sustainability, we are talking about the whole earth, certain temperature, maintaining certain temperature, which was before the industrial revolutions. And it's very difficult to do because it's not one country is contributing to it, everybody contributing to the emissions. And everybody is the owner for this. So that's one of the reasons it's very difficult to manage. And why now? Because you might be hearing about the thing that carbon neutral mandate. That's one of the critical initiative. If the whole world owns this problem, that the problem has to be defined at that level. So that's why the carbon neutral thing came, saying that we have to achieve carbon neutral in the whole world. But the not so great thing about is that everybody is given an option, saying that it's like an exam is there. Instead of saying that so and so year we all pass the exam, ask everybody when you want to pass the exam. If I ask the question, I would say that I would pass the exam after 20 years. So for example, every country has a different number. China wants 2060. That means 2060 we want to be carbon neutral. India says 2070. Somebody says 2030. So the goals are right, but in terms of, there's nothing like we cannot enforce now. It's a common issue across the whole world, but everybody choosing to opt when they would be carbon neutral or a net zero emissions. That's a very, one of the things is very important thing to note. And the other one, of course, is that you are seeing the temperature going up and certain things would not be great for any country. And that is the reason that it becomes important. And I see going forward, for example, you won't be able to use whatever the way you want to consume energy today. You can put whatever ACs, whatever computing, you can use whatever you want as long as you have money. And that won't be the case. You will be given carbon credits. That means if you want to write a software, you just cannot write by sleeping and drinking beer. You have to be very, very smart to write a small code which consumes a less amount of computing. And that's coming. It's a question of time. But you would not be asking somebody to write an application for you. You will be asking them to write an application consuming only this many carbon credits. And you will be paying for that. And this is something that, you can mark this one that, you will be hearing that, 5 years from now. You don't give a contract to somebody saying, here is my functionality. You would say, here is my functionality. You're supposed to consume only this many credits. And that's when that if you become an expert now, we will have a better career going forward.
Wow, that's quite insightful for a software guy in me. Wow, that's a very different future that we are seeing. Ramnan, your thoughts?
I appreciate what Venkat is saying, because this is a very classic, what you call a tragedy of the commons. Somebody else is not doing something, so why should I do it kind of an idea. But that is not going to get us to a solution, because, the US is waiting for India to act, India is waiting for China to act, China is waiting for everyone else to act. Sustainability to me is a personal value. It is also a personal journey. So if you are thinking that I should do sustainability because it is something that other people want me to do, the United Nations wants me to do, that's not really why we do sustainability. Sustainability has to be an ingrained value which comes from, say when Mahatma Gandhi says, there's enough in the planet to meet everyone's need, but not to meet everyone's greed. That is really what sustainability is, which is that we're here for a short time, we consume just what is needed, but we don't destroy the planet on our way out. And that can be at the small level. It doesn't have to be at the level of fighting climate change, doesn't have to be at the level of doing anything grand. If you start with that value, I think that you will find that sustainability is not just an act of generosity of you to the rest of society. It is something that will enrich you. It is something which makes a lot of economic sense in a lot of ways. When you reduce energy consumption in your house, you save the money immediately. Yesterday, very few of you people would know this. I didn't know it till yesterday. I was visiting a place called the Green Business Center that was set up by USAID and a few other entities and CII in Hyderabad. This is the first LEED Platinum rated building in the world. LEED Platinum is the highest rating of a building. And this was the first building LEED Platinum outside of the US, which is in Hyderabad. This is the first net zero building in the country, which is in Hyderabad. You should go see it because it really reflects so much of the way in which houses are typically built in India. And this is achieving the same standard that people spend so much money to achieve in other parts of the world. And I saw a quote from the founder, which I thought was very interesting, the guy who set up this Green Business Council. He said, if you can change the way in which you build, maybe what you build can change the world. And you think about it. Every day we're doing these things. We're buying flats, we are buying cars, we are making choices as consumers. Sustainability is in those acts itself. And of course, from that comes the need for business opportunities, entrepreneurship. I'm sure Kakatiya Sandbox is doing amazing things where you can then build on top of it. But sustainability has to first emerge from within you, not because of listening to someone else or anything else. It really has to be a feeling that comes from within you.
Got it. Thanks. And one of the counter arguments for the sustainability is that it impacts economic development. Like if nobody is buying clothes, right, because they want to be sustainable, or nobody is spending money, or right, it's going to have a negative impact on the economy. What are your thoughts on that? Is it something to worry about, or what are your thoughts on that? What is the argument against sustainability? Yeah.
I think one thing is that I agree with Ramana that everything has to start from at the individual level. Every day, what choices you make, you will come across. I think somebody asked at the end of the session, we are going to ask what Funny did. So he basically, used somebody else's quote. So he's reusing the quote. So he's not like having another new quote like that. So it's a reuse, recycling, replacing with electrical energy with something else. So all these things are your own decisions. You can make a difference. It's not that, government has to mandate. But coming back to this question of why is it, not happening, there has to be incentive for everybody to do it. Nobody does anything unless there's an incentive. Suppose if somebody is going to give you more money if you sell a sustainable clothing, they'll make it. But if they make it and if nobody buys because the price is higher, they're not going to make it. So that's why sometimes it's very individual level you can do. That's in your control. And it makes a huge difference, by the way. But it comes to the other level, it has to be a lot more people have to be involved, different organizations, policy makers. You are involving everybody. Anytime you involve more than one is difficult. And if that more than one is not your own, it's more difficult. So in this case, you are talking about some other agency. So it's almost very, very difficult. Yeah. So I think that's what my take would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Like one of the initiatives that we do is Better Cotton Initiative at Sandbox. We work with 1 lakh farmers in taking cotton farmers towards a pesticide-free free trade to grow free trade cotton. And over there we could, the companies like Nike and Marks and Spencers and etc., they're willing to pay 25%, 30% premium if the cotton comes through a sustainable pesticide-free and child labor-free cotton. Yeah, those things are certainly, there is an economic incentive for that, yeah. Any thoughts from you to add on to that? The counter-argument, how do you counter the counter-argument of sustainability?
Well, you're asking to make the economic argument, and I would say that the moral argument outweighs the economic argument. I mean, if you're looking at like fast fashion and the way that these things are produced in these warehouses in countries like Bangladesh, for example, where the working conditions are very poor, they're getting better, that's for sure, because the laborers are asking for it. But if you raise those wages, produce less clothing, for example, a higher amount on the clothing. I mean, I'm not an economist, but eventually it's going to even out. I mean, but again, I think the moral responsibility outweighs the economic responsibility for at least in the short term.
This is what you're asking is a very classic sort of an economics question. Goes back to the first point that Venkat had made about why does anybody have to act? You're waiting for somebody to give you an incentive, which is why I said it has to come from within. But you think about where we are right now. We are in Nizamabad. There's a whole bunch of people who are here, not because there's any incentive for them to do it. Raju Reddy is here, Funny is here. You are here because you're in Nizamabad. You're not in Kerala. You're not somewhere else. This is the community you come from, and you care about this particular community. There are many examples. In fact, the first woman to win an economics Nobel Prize, Elinor Ostrom, what she won the Nobel Prize was to point out that very often communities will come together to solve problems and ensure sustainability because it benefits the community as a whole, because it is not just economics, it is that you care about what your neighbor thinks of you, right? So if you throw trash on the street, in Singapore you'll get a fine, but even without that they won't do it because you know what their neighbor will think of them. In the US, Jennifer knows this, I mean, all of you know it, nobody will light up a cigarette, in a party, even if it's in someone's private house. Why? It's considered rude to do it, right? So it is not just about economics and money and incentives. So when the trend changes where someone sees someone not wearing sustainable clothing, or like, I tell you, Funny, you're using plastic bottles, and I never drink out of plastic bottles, so I'm glad you're giving me a glass bottle to drink from. These are incentives which don't come just from money exchange. They come from the way in which we treat each other. And that's why these solutions will emerge from places like Nizamabad, because you have a strong community here. People are connected to each other by ties that are beyond money. And most small places are like that.
Yeah, at this point in time, if there are any questions in the audience, okay, there are hands already raising, yeah.
Morning everyone, this is Venugopal. I'm the co-founder of Vistaraku Leaf Tableware. See, one fundamental, this is not a question, so the whole discussion I'm just observing. Why we are talking about sustainable? What for? Why we should be sustainable? So that point is not brought out here, which I would like to bring here. We're trying to make it sustainable because today, if you are not sustainable, okay, we are spoiling the fertility of the soil. Okay, that's important. If the fertility of the soil is not there, tomorrow we can't grow food. Okay, the food will become a big challenge. Second thing, why we are doing sustainability? The air is polluting. We're not talking about that. Tomorrow, the next generation, they have to wear the mask when they come out. We have to be sustainable because we are polluting the waters. We have to protect the waters. So that's where I think sustainability is required. Whatever the actions we do, it's sustainable. Today we are doing this convention. All the trash which is coming out has to be sustainable. That means it has to be composted into the soil to become a fertilizer. That's the point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gopal. Any more questions? Any more questions that we have? Any more questions? A lot of people were taking a lot of notes and
Okay, there's a question.
maybe a lot of
this side.
questions were
There's a
answered
question this side.
as we discussed. Yeah, please.
One question for Ramnan. First of all, thank you for your very insightful points that you made. I'm also curious from your One Health perspective, you talked about equating animal health with human health, right? In that same length of slang, we would also have to equate with plant health also, right? Because at the end of the day, plant health, animal health would depend on plant health, and plant health would depend on eventually affect the human health as well. So I'm curious, why did you choose equate the human health with animal health per se?
What I was trying to say was One Health is actually a concept. So we are the One Health Trust, but One Health is there's a UN commission on One Health. There's a WHO commission on One Health. It is this recognition that human health is connected to environmental health, which covers plants as well as animal health. At one sense, you go to any farmer outside here and you explain this to me, he'll say that's the most obvious concept in the world. Right? Why are you having a UN commission on this? You could have come and asked me about it, right? But you take COVID. COVID really triggered this for a lot of people. The idea that diseases could spread from bats to humans, that were connected in that way. Most people have never heard of this word called zoonotic disease. Today, many of you know that word. But this is the world, I've always lived in, which is we're always concerned about these kinds of spillovers. We're always concerned about, I'll give you an example again of plant health, an idea. For many years, fungal infections in the Netherlands were not treatable. They were highly drug resistant. They couldn't figure out where this drug resistance is coming from. Then they realized it was because that same antifungals were being used on the tulips. Tulips are a big crop in the Netherlands. They were using them there. The fungus was becoming resistant there, transferring to the patients and killing people in the Netherlands. So there are many such examples. At a gut level, I think most of India understands this. Most people around the world understand it. But we need to now develop the institutions and systems that embed this in a strong way. So that is what the whole idea is.
Thank you.
Nice. I think there's another question here. Yeah.
My question is to Venkat. To many of us who enjoy potato chips, can you explain the connect between the miniaturization, the extreme efficiency that you spoke about, and sustainability?
It's a very tough one. If you ask the same thing on a computer chip, I would be. But even in the potato chips, I'm just guessing on my own understanding. And the gentleman who mentioned that we did not discuss about the sustainability at the highest level. All the problems that we are talking about are the polluting the water. Everything, if you take down, there's only one thing, that's the temperature of the whole earth. What is decided at some certain point, that is changing. Because we cannot have multiple problems for the same. So that's the root cause of that one. Every sustainability thing becomes, you consume energy. Energy is not going to come free. That means you have to do something. When you do something, carbon dioxide will be emitted. So that means everything comes to the one. If you have to have the one problem, it's not that we do not understand what is the sustainability for. It's only one thing. It's not 10 things. All those 10 things will be mapped to this one thing. So similarly, now potato chips.
No, potato chips was a example that we all don't understand about chips, which you make. Okay.
Oh, I see.
So from that point of view. So my question actually was, miniaturization of chips that you spoke about.
Got it.
And
Understand.
extreme, efficiency that you built into it, and sustainability.
Very good question, by the way. Just to let you know that the industry that I am in, when I say that I'm making energy efficient chips, just for everybody's reference, 31% of the world's all the energy, the carbon emissions comes from my industry. That means all these tiny electronic chips that you use everywhere. For example, your cell phones and everything you see all around. 31% of the emissions comes from semiconductor industry. That means 31%. So when anything I do to reduce that, I am trying to reduce at the application level. This 31% comes in manufacturing of these chips. It's nothing to do with what application I'm changing, whether your watch or some IoT device. So that is the context. It's a very, very big thing. When we say that we are going to reduce the energy consumption of a particular device, a chip, it's big. And chips, when you talk about potato chips, by the way, potato chips cutting also has a certain work has to be done. Anytime you do a work, that is going to have some energy consumption. So it's like if you can do that without working, of course, if you eat the potato without cutting, that's going to be more sustainable than cutting it.
Good one, good one. Thank you,
Nice,
Venkat.
nice. Yeah. Okay, there's another question. Okay, go ahead.
Hi. In the context of One Health, in the context of efficiency, this is Samir here from the Rain Matter Foundation. I think we will eventually, and we are starting to hit limits in the world of physics, chemistry, and biology, and mathematics on all of this. At some point, you need to start looking at the need side and the demand framework. Do you think, as a civilization, as economies, as a species, we are ready to relook at the ideas of convenience and demands in the chase for sustainability?
You know, that's a really good question, which is why I started the question of values, right? The values then determine what you demand, what you expect from life in general. If your life ambition is that you want to drive a Mercedes, and everybody's life ambition may be that, there's not enough ability of the planet to sustain that kind of a living for everybody in India to do that, even if you could afford it, right? So we know that not every Indian, if every Indian consumed the way that every person in the West did, the planet would be over tomorrow. So it is clear that these have to also come from a change in preferences, have to come from a change in values. And this has happened many times. This is not a new thing. You know, for many years, lots of things were made of ivory, right? Ivory from the tusk of elephants. Today, you will never see ivory anywhere, which is a combination of preferences changing, but also the fact that it is illegal in many places. And I suspect that our journey here will include us changing our demand side behavior, recognizing what provides us value. I think COVID has taught a lot of people that health is a value that you take for granted until you don't have it. You take the countries that do the best in health. It's not the United States. It's not even Canada. It's places like Costa Rica. It's places like Kerala or Sri Lanka, where they have prioritized values of health and education above, just a GDP growth. And I think that transition is coming. It's happening. That people are realizing, what do I really care about for myself? What do I really want? And then they sort of, adjust. And I think that demand side framework will also adjust. And then there will be a new supply side framework that is there to meet this kind of demand side framework. When people want to have geothermal pumps in their homes, where they want to have campuses that are, net zero, then being this will actually be a value in and of itself, regardless of whether I get a carbon credit or not. And I think that will come far before when we actually have carbon credits that are available to people in a sense.
Yeah. I have a question for Jennifer. Jennifer, you've lived in so many countries, and from your current role, you have a great perspective of the world around, right? So what are the, did you come across any case studies where action towards sustainability was positive, right? Resulted in positive results? Yeah.
I think a lot of that work would be often undertaken by NGOs. For example, when I was living in Sudan, I mean, those who know what desertification is, then those who know what violence can happen after people are trying to get the same very, very small resources. There are NGOs that are stepping in to say, to try to provide solutions that the government can't, for example. That's just a very small example. This is on a global scale. It's very, very difficult. I think it's just the unsung heroes that you see them everywhere. And that's one of the things that we try to do, is to seek them out and to see how we can be of assistance, which is one of the reasons, to come here today to such a conference like this, is to understand what's going on and what are people's priorities. And so I would say that there are passionate and somewhat empowered individuals in all of these places. I mean, we're trying to do our part in Hyderabad. We have a new building we just opened, and we're hoping to get a LEED Platinum certification as well. Completely sustainable. We harvest the rainwater. We have a wastewater treatment plant. We produce our own electricity. That's one building.
Nice.
But I think across the globe, we have to listen and work with those who really know best, and they are there, just to find them.
Yeah. Nice, thanks. So what are the, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I think there's a question there. The lady has been raising the hand for long. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, it's glad to listen to all of your opinions. I'm Deepika, managing Green Skills and Sustainability at 1M1B, which is a United Nations accredited foundation, and we are closely working with Government of Telangana and TASC. The main umbrella that we work under is the 17 SDGs, being the 17 important problems that the world is facing. So my question is to Jennifer. What is the role of US Consulate in advancing these 17 global goals?
Well, I think we take it sort of part by part. To be honest, we're not looking at all 17 goals necessarily as something that we can do, but it's through small grants that we do. We have USAID programs, for example, that are working on. There's a project that I really like, not far from here, called Trees Outside of Forests. We're working on greater access for women in the workplace. Also, a lot of English language programs. We've seen that there's a need for, and all of these contribute, I think, to these things in some small ways, but we haven't really put them into those 17 categories necessarily. When we are supporting small businesses, for example, in and around Telangana, whether it be through a grant or whether it be through a training opportunity or sending somebody to the United States to learn from that particular industry there, I think those are some of the ways that we're supporting this, and I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. The time's up. Thanks so much for the great panel.
Right, so I would like to invite Mr. Rajiv Dua, VP and Director of Sukhjit Starch Mills and a charter member of TIE Nizamabad, to please come up on stage for the felicitation of our panelists and our moderator. Right, while that happens, if somebody is planning to go to Hyderabad to check the IGBC Platinum rated building, let me tell you, just wait till the end of this year, because the K-Hub that's coming here is going to be IGBC Platinum rated right here in Nizamabad. Okay, it's a 5-acre campus. We're talking about 75,000 SFT, and Kakatiya Sandbox office is obviously going to be there. So you want to see that standard, don't go too far. It's going to be coming up right here. Ramanan, the 10 people who didn't put their hand up when he asked about antibiotics, we thought the question was, how many of you are on antibiotics now? All of us are on. That's the pandemic, that's the epidemic you're talking about. Thank you so much. Lovely having all of you here. Lovely having you. Okay, one quick question. Before we started this panel, I said that between Manish and Funny, there was a little bit of recycling, sustainability thing that happened. Did anybody notice that? Jacket, Ajit, right, we are the only ones. So both of them swapped jackets. And I think that's a great example of, yeah, go ahead, capture that. Let's capture this moment when it goes back to the right person. So all the other panelists, if you want jacket we need, you know where you need to go. And looking at Manish's size, it fits no one else other than him and Funny. All the best for that. I'm so happy I could cry, because it's for the first time the panel keynote is absolutely done, spot on time. It's exactly 10:45. Big round of applause to all the volunteers. This surely wouldn't have happened without you and your coordination. Now it's also time for a tea break, because we know few things that are absolutely very important to us. Our chai, our tea breaks are very important. 15-minute tea break. Please do come back, because we have the next panel starting sharp at 11. We know where the tea is getting served. Please do come back. And then we also have the parallel session starting on Micro Entrepreneurship Conclave, which is starting in the other session. So people who are to go there, please do proceed, because that session also starts at 11 a.m. 15 minutes is all we have. Let's come back and get going. Thank you so much. Check. Audio check, 1, 2, 3. All right, maybe I appreciated a bit too early. The first session was on time, and we hope to do that. handshake, right? So, welcome back, everybody. I think you appreciated our time, sons, a little too early today. Even though we did manage to break right in time, we have come back 10 minutes late, and now I also have the responsibility of bringing us back on track. Right, so to all the volunteers sitting there, please grab your tea and come back to your seats, please. Thank you so much. To all the participants there in the corner, request all of you to come back to your seats, please. Lovely. Thank you. To all the people standing there by the door, could you please grab a seat, please? Everybody standing there. Alekia, I need your help. Right, so I think it's time to move on to the next interesting panel. I think people away from cities and rural setups, I think they're so much more connected to nature. My friend Ravish, today in the morning, he looked at the sky and said, it has to rain in the next 10 days. I wouldn't even, 20 days, 15 days, 50 days. It has to rain in the next 50 days. Yeah. So he looked at the sky and he said that. People who are born and brought up in cities, we don't even look at the skies for anything other than if it's a romantic moonlight dinner. That's the only reason where we look at that. Apart from that, we never get reasons to look at it because maybe we're not connected. If it does not rain, we will get in tankers. If it's hot, we'll get the AC on. But these are the places where all the sustainable, long-lasting initiatives will start, have to start, and that's how we will sustain. So the next panel is on harvesting sustainable future. Here we do not talk about one lifetime. One lifetime is nothing. We talk about lifetimes after lifetime and so on. So for this panel, which is going to be focusing on grassroots sustainable initiatives, as moderator we have Mr. Manish Johari, Consulting Director, Maple Capital Advisors. So where are you? Sir is taking pictures of me, so feels good. Lovely having you here. So, Mr. Manish Johari is a consulting director at Maple Capital Advisors, a platform specializing in M&A, private equity, and leverage capital advisory. He's also the advisor. Lovely having you, sir. Please, all yours. He's also the advisor, portfolio growth at Lead Angels and Angel Investments platform, providing 360-degree support at every stage in the life cycle of a startup. With him as a moderator, we wanted somebody who makes us say, aha. And that's when we invited Mr. Ravi Shankar, venture partner at Ventures. Where are you, sir? Lovely having you here. He was the director of business analytics at PricewaterhouseCoopers previously. Lovely to have you here. Absolute pleasure. All yours. And then, last night I had a conversation with this gentleman. And trust me, he knows what he's doing. And we would love to hear more from him. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Ramakrishna NK, co-founder and managing director, Rangde. India's first social peer-to-peer lending platform. He's an Ashoka Fellow and also the co-founder and director of Habba.org, an artisan-centric e-commerce initiative for handmade products from across India. Lovely to have you here. The timer is there, Chief. Your panelists are there. The audience is waiting. All yours. I'll just pass the mic for all of you. It's on. It's already on.
I hope the tea was rejuvenating enough and we can get down to some serious discussions. To begin with, I'd like to, they've already been introduced once, but I'm like, we have in Mr. Ravi Shankar, we have a person who's a farmer at heart, and he is contributing to the upliftment of that community and trying to make things, better in terms of not only livelihoods, but their earning capacity and their usage of technology to make the world more sustainable, not only from the profitability angle, but also from the climate side of the things. On his left side, we have Ramki. I'll call you that. I hope you don't mind that. Ram for short. Jai Shri Ram, everyone. Okay. He was actually instrumental. Most of us, we bought these crafts item, say handicrafts from say villages or from touristy places and all. But the people who make them, they get not even probably 1/10 of what we actually end up buying as tourists. So he was trying to make a difference over there, but then he realized, hey, there's something more that has to be done. And a lot of capital has to go in, and someone else providing capital may be a challenge. So his current venture is all about peer-to-peer lending and, arming this community not only with capital, but add-ons also to actually, come out a shade better than what they are already at. In one line or two lines, how would you like to tell about yourself or what you do? So Ramki, please.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on this panel. So, we started way back in 2008, and we in fact completed 16 years yesterday. So, when we started Rangde, the idea was very simple. The idea was to see if we could, address the multi-dimensional problem of poverty by making credit more affordable and accessible. So that was a one-line, statement, and that's how the journey started. And to do that, we took inspiration from Mohammed Yunus' work in Bangladesh, where he spoke about beautifully in this wonderful book called How to Create a World Without Poverty. And some of you, if you've not read it, please do read it. In the book, he talks about how credit should be designed and delivered in a manner which is sustainable for the communities. Now, that's very important.
Very true, very true.
And we felt that in India, the interest rates being charged were very high. That was one part of the problem. The other part of the problem was the whole service design when it comes to delivering credit. So there was absolutely no choice for the communities when it came to borrowing. For instance, the communities could not choose how much they want to borrow, when they want to borrow, for how long they want to borrow, and on what terms they would like to repay. In other words, the whole choice architecture was blatantly missing in the ecosystem. And what we did was essentially that. So we have a peer-to-peer lending platform, which is regulated by the Reserve Bank of India. We make credit affordable because we raise this capital from individuals, and we give the communities the complete choice architecture. So when you combine affordability with choice, it becomes a game changer. And that's exactly what we are trying to do at Rangde.
So it is personalization of credit that essentially allows the availability of capital at the borrower's terms.
Yes, yes.
When he needs it, for how long he needs it, and when and how, in what installments he wants to repay it.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. I'm like, today is the day of personalization. You talk about personalization of cars, of this thing and all, but credit, yes, I think you have struck a very important chord, and I think it should go a long way. And any support you need from any of us, I think we are most happy to be there for you. So very grand initiative, and kudos to you for that, and best wishes for many other things. So Dr. Ravi Shankar, how would you define your work? I'm like, I know, but in 2-3 lines, if you have to define it, I know we are not doing it justice, but aap agar kaise karenge?
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank the organizers and the host, and thank you Manish, Ram, my good friends. I will describe in one sentence and make it better and keep it in 30 seconds. It is at the confluence of data, technology and agriculture that I think I know 1% of what is the ocean. Yeah, and when I say agriculture, I mean, I've spent 25 years looking at all aspects at the grassroots level. Yeah. So this is what I would describe myself as.
Okay. I mean, again, if anyone of us have seen, who all have seen Interstellar? Okay. Now so the premise basically is that, you know, the soil has gone so bad that the fields do not produce any food. And if you don't take care right now, I mean, we'll have to look upward space. And that's why people like Elon Musk are, you know, taking in tons of investments. How many of us have heard of doomsday clock? Okay, I see a few hands over there. So, doomsday clock was started around in June 1947. And it started with, I think, 7 minutes before midnight, that the world will come to an end. And every year in January it is reset. The furthest it has been away is, I think, 17 minutes from 12 o'clock, from midnight. Midnight is doomsday strikes. And it's been pushed back 7 times and pushed forward some 17 times. And what we have now is, last year it had moved 20 seconds, 10 seconds I'm told, and was 90 seconds away from midnight. And this year, thankfully, fortunately, it has stayed at 90 seconds. So that's why the reason of a conference like this, wherein, you know, minds can meet and see what the other party needs, and can we make things in a more sustainable manner? Can we make things so that instead of 90 seconds, it goes back to 190 seconds, and probably, you know, 2 minute 90 seconds? How can we, you know, give back to the earth? I'll also use one line. I actually got it from my daughter. If we don't take care of this earth today, to anarth ho jayega. Okay. Now, starting with that, we'll start with the first line of question, which is essentially, okay, what are the challenges in environmental sustainability in rural India?
Yeah, so what I'll do is, I will answer that question and share my thoughts, but limit it to agriculture. When you say rural India, there are various aspects of sustainability pertaining to water, environment, etc., etc.
True.
But I'll take agriculture, and the reason I will do that is, agriculture is a way of life. More than 90% of our farmers are smallholders. For them, it's a way of life. So I will answer that question from the agricultural perspective. So challenges sustaining to relating to sustainability in rural India is multiple. I will sort of highlight 5 of them or 4 of them. It starts with overuse of chemicals, number 1. Number 2, deforestation. Number 3, biodiversity erosion. Number 4, gender inequality. And number 5 would be lack of access to resources, including credit. These are the 5 challenges. And sustainability is a multi-dimensional, I would say, phenomena, right? Not even a concept. So, and rural India is as complex as it can get, as diverse as it can get, for the simple reason that we have more than 6.5 lakh villages in our country today, and there are more than 750 districts in the country. From sugarcane to saffron, from cotton to coconut, everything can be grown and cultivated in India. It's quite a different matter that it's not sustainable because of various reasons. So I will pause at this, and maybe Ram can also reflect on the same question.
Sure. Yeah, I think, especially in a rural context, sustainability boils down to livelihoods. So how do you create, especially in a country like India, you have a large people who are self-employed and they are, and we also, largely, focused on farming and in this, you'll see across the sectors, right? Be it farming, be it artisans, be it micro entrepreneurs, self-employed. And the common thread across all of these is credit access. And in our experience, what we've seen is lack of credit can make their livelihoods.
Can I also add credit at the right kind of costing? Because what kind of credit is available has a huge cost attached to it, right? Huge interest rates.
Yeah, I think, so there are two things. I think there's also this misconception when it comes to credit, saying that it's, it's high, but most of the time, the challenge is the access itself is, it's not there, right? So given that, so Nandan Nilekani once famously said, India is not only a poor country, we are a data poor country as well, right? So how do you therefore lend money to communities who don't have data? So at Rangde, we've taken a very unconventional approach, which is to work with partners on the ground, and we underwrite the risk by leveraging the social capital which our partners enjoy with the communities. So in our experience, what we've seen is we are able to enable sustainability at scale by providing the communities just in time access to credit, which is beautifully aligned with their own cash flows. Right. So the result is that they don't even realize that they've actually borrowed.
It's painless.
Yeah, because they see that they were given the credit right at the time when they were perhaps
needed at that time.
During the input season, and then when the post harvest, that's when they're expected to repay. So that's where we see a massive impact of credit, which is enabling sustainable livelihoods.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll share an example. We've invested in an agri company. So he went to his village after a few years, after completing his studies, and he saw the fields are empty. And when he asked what's happening, he said, it is not only capital, but even access to a tractor or a sower or a plower or even seeds for that matter. Timely, you're not getting them. You ask for seeds today, you'll get it a week later. By that time, the sowing season is over. Okay, or the yield that you'll get is far lesser. So I think, do you think also, apart from tech trickling down over there, do you think there's a need of reverse brain drain of, people who have achieved something in life? They have to come back to these villages and, help these people out through various means by say, digitizing the supply chain over there in the rural side and other kind of thing?
So there are two aspects to this. One is we need to stem the rural-urban migration. You need to arrest it first, because our urban infrastructure is bursting at its seams, right? So, number one. Actually, the biggest tragedy, human tragedy in this century, COVID-19, also had an upside. Some techies, for example, as an example, so-called techies, our last panel had quite a few of them. Some of those kind of tribe, if you will, did come back to their farmhouse, weekend farmhouse, or their parents, brothers, 10 acres, 5 acres. But then that was a blip, right? So it's not easy. Agriculture is not easy. Some of them have been successful. Most of them have burned their hands. Most of them are my friends, by the way. So larger question is, rather than getting urban folks back to rural India, I want rural youth to become self-employed, and become job givers. I want, the biggest tragedy or biggest crisis that is already upon us and will become amplified 1,000,000 times over is labor scarcity, among others.
True.
I am seeing, when I spend in a month 3 days in a village randomly picked up in India, wherever. I throw a dart in my, there's a map in the house, I go there. The thing is, I see farmers, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, they are the ones, most of them, I'm saying, most of them, 99% of them, working in their farm. Their young children, educated, uneducated, nobody wants to do work at farm.
No one.
This is a looming crisis, but there are solutions also. And I'll just touch upon this and then we can go to the next query. So there's a wave of farm automation and mechanization happening as we speak. Right from the drones as the highest denominator on example to small battery operated sprayers, for example. Yeah, you have all kinds of automation, again affordable, accessible. It's not that one has to go and buy a drone for 5 lakh, 7 lakh rupees. No, you can lease it and hire it for 300 rupees an hour. Yeah, that's easily affordable, and it is logistically operable also. So I think my endeavor, or the state government, because agriculture is a state subject, center can only do so much. Actually, the implementation should happen at the Gram Panchayat level, right? And then the Tehsil level, Zilla level, then the district level, then the state level, then the center. So therefore, I think implementation of such policies to arrest rural-urban migration should happen, and that can only happen if somehow leveraging data, technology, policy, etc., including affordable, accessible credit, if you can ensure that out of 365 days, if you can provide meaningful employment to the young youth of India, rural India, 300 out of 365 days, I believe that they will stop migrating to urban areas for 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees a month for gig job economy, right? So that's my response.
Thank you. Ram, what would be your response to this? And like, do you think both go hand in hand? Your credit enhancement for the people in rural areas, will that help check the brain drain from villages to urban cities or abroad?
Yeah, so I think, I just want to talk about, credit from a lens of inclusion, right? So we talk about, financial inclusion.
Yeah.
And so credit is only a small part of financial inclusion, right? The larger part also is their ability to access a bank account. Now, we all know that there was this massive campaign with the government of India where we opened the Jan Dhan bank accounts. But if you look at the data, I don't need to tell this, but the amount of money which is actually transacted in these accounts is abysmally low. And the reason for that is there is this thing called KICO, CICO, and it stands for cash in and cash out. So if you have a bank account where you can't cash in and cash out at will, it's as good as not having that account.
It will remain empty.
It will remain empty. So I think one of the opportunities I think we have as a country is that every post office in India has now become a bank.
True.
And it's called the India Post Payments Bank. So I think one of the things we should really look at is to see if we could make this post office bank, which is right there in the community at the last mile, can we make it more accessible for the communities? And then on top of that, see if we could, start providing them credit. So Rangdi is one of the options, but tomorrow, thanks to OCEN, Open Credit Enablement Network, and Account Aggregator, that we'll be able to lend money to even communities who don't have any credit score, because now we will have access to their cash flow data in their bank accounts.
True.
So I think that's the, that's the way forward as a country, because we need to really solve this problem at population scale. And I think that's where I think not only Rangdi would be able to play a role, but also the other banks in India, they would also now be able to underwrite using data.
Using data, that is.
Yeah, even if somebody's never borrowed before, they will now be able to borrow just with their cash flow data.
A follow-up question to that. ONDC, a lot is being said around that, And how do you see that playing around in your thesis? Is it really going to be helping? Do you think some of your craftsmen who were there, who you worked with earlier, could actually benefit from this ONDC phenomena, or is this just a hype?
No, I think it's too early to really, comment on that, because it needs to get seeded as we speak, because it
has to percolate right now.
It's essentially a network effect. So if everybody, gets onto the platform, and also it also comes down to the user experience. Right. So if my experience is not good, then I would not go back to a ONDC marketplace.
If I can add to that.
Yes, please.
I think ONDC, branded as mystore.in, potentially is a game changer. But like Ram, it's a bit early in the day. We have to create awareness, then adoption. But I think it's going to give a run to Amazon.in. I can see it in next 2 years. I'll draw an analogy. It is akin to what UPA was 3 years back. Nobody thought that it would become so big, so huge.
That we don't need Visa or MasterCard anymore.
ONDC is an e-commerce platform which has payment solution embedded in it.
Yeah.
It is Amazon.in by Government of India. So, it can get as big as you can imagine, provided there's awareness, adoption, etc., etc.
I'll just share something on this. I'm like, in this race, if you call it a race, we are far ahead of the developed world, because my daughter is in Germany and she says, Dad, no one takes a card over there. You have to carry cash around. And if you're not carrying cash, you've had it, because you can't do anything. Okay. And so coming back to this thing, I think we were hearing from our August panelist in the previous one, who's from Princeton, University. He said that Indians by default have a lot of, inherent recycling, repurposing, reusing and kind of thing. And even in our farming practices, earlier if you see, we've been using a lot of organic kind of stuff, We've used cow manure and all that kind of thing for ages. Do you think some of these practices have to be brought back? And is that happening? Should that be happening? Or how do we go to those kind of things? And move from things like allopathy to Ayurvedic things, even for the cattle or for your, this kind of thing.
So I can say there's no textbookish answer, there is no real world answer. The way I would look at it, Manish, is one has to be practical and pragmatic. When I say pragmatic, 90% of our farmers are smallholders, i.e. 2 acres, 3 acres. We cannot preach to the smallholder that, hey, look, put a gun to his head or her head literally and say, switch on from inorganic to organic. It's tough. On the ground, it's tough. Unless you provide a system of incentives and a strong policy framework. But it's not the question of whether we need it or not. I would look at it from two prisms, two lenses. One is the producer cultivator, the other is consumers, right? Both need organic inputs and organic outputs. When I say inputs, biologicals, growth promoters, biopesticides, biofertilizers, etc., etc. At the same time, the consumers today are willing to pay, at least I know one segment, which is 1 crore out of 150 crores, has the wherewithal, has the disposable income to pay 2x for organic products. I don't want to get into a controversial subject. I know how organic is organic. All I know is this is less poisonous than that, right? That's what it is. So it's not a question whether we need, both as a consumer we need the choice, and as a farmer I need to do because it's for the sake of sustainability. At the end of the day, we have already poisoned our groundwater aquifers, we have already poisoned our soil. So therefore, somewhere we have to leave something for the next generations to come. We have to save the planet. So there is some element of inevitability, but it's not going to happen like a switch. If not, we'll become like Sri Lanka. What happened 6 months back, let's not forget. Human memory is short. It takes 2 to 3 years to switch a minimum from non-chemical to chemical to non-chemical farming. It's not easy. So, so there are challenges. But once you do that, productivity improves, the quality of the produce improves, everybody is happy. But the key thing is market access also. How do you provide large-scale market access to small farmers who are switching to organic? And who's going to compensate 2.5, 3 years of income loss? They're in no position to take that loss. So these are some very vexed issues, but there are solutions. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, I can share a little bit about this because, we have the privilege of working with a wonderful social enterprise based in Bangalore called Akshay Kalpa. It's in India's first organic milk supply chain now. Now it's hard, right, to build a value chain which is organic and sustainable for the communities.
Exactly.
It's hard, right? So Shashi, who's the founder, now he spent 4 years to figure out what the fodder should be.
Wow.
Right? So because a lot of trials, a lot of experiments, and then he figured out, he did with Azola and so many other combinations, and then finally figured out that the local, whatever was available, that was the best. But it had to be treated in a certain way. The composition was very important and all of that. And now Akshay Kalpa is India's leading, organic dairy company. And I think what we have done to enable that is provide them credit. And even though Shashi could have set up a corporate farm, he chose to do, just the opposite. He actually chose deliberately to work with small and marginal farmers.
Small and marginal farmers.
And create a beautiful design. I think sometimes, we underestimate the power of design. Right? So he's come up with this beautiful design. It's a design for a farm, a dairy farm, which can be run by a husband and wife team. So just a couple.
Yeah.
And they can run a farm which can accommodate 25 cows. So they can start with 1 cow, and as this...
And it is modular.
Yeah, it's just modular.
Okay, and without getting all those, say antibiotics and all those kind of things.
Absolutely not. And it's what you get is, a great value for your product and a great health, and it's also, it's great for the environment. So I think it's a beautiful model.
Would love introductions.
Yeah. So just want to share that with you as an example. And also they are able to create a biogas along with because they get a lot of cow dung, create slurry. It creates a great sustainable fertilizer for the farm, and
great.
So it's fantastic.
Awesome. So thanks so much for this very interesting kind of thing. We've invested in say one venture which does a similar thing on the farmer side, but that as he rightly said, someone said, a village goes into making a child grow. On the flip side, a lot of us who've come from that village are required to make hundreds of villages grow. And if we all don't contribute to it, then we are not there. And you need some folks who take that step, that, okay, I have an offer from Tokyo, from Seoul, or from, say, Milan or somewhere, but I'll go back to my village and maybe make things better over there. Coming to the last point, we are still in the first month, New Year's. Any resolutions or anything that you've set out to do?
No, I thought the question was more to do with, are we going to take some concrete steps in sustainability? I thought that was the question.
Yeah, around that.
Around that, yeah.
True.
So I think I would like to answer that point. So to Ram's point, I have designed an intervention program with the Union Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, along with a non-for-profit entity called as the Nudge, based out of Bangalore, where we'll be working and designing and executive programs over the next 18 months to make the lives of Safai Karmacharis better using existing schemes and etc. So that's my, you can call it New Year resolution or design.
Great. On your side?
So what we're doing is we're, experimenting at there are two projects which I'm very personally passionate about. One is to see if we could provide credit to migrant workers who are very, vulnerable when it comes to accessing credit. So that's something which we're trying to do in this new year, and also very excited about setting up a community tourism project, which is truly...
I know that.
Yeah, we're also looking at setting up sustainable community tourism projects in Gujarat, in the Northeast, which would allow the community members to host and give a great alternative to traditional, accommodation options they may have.
Awesome. So I think with that, time is up. I see that loud and clear in blood red. Okay. But
Our very own Korade Harmantra to please join us on stage for the felicitation of our speakers and the moderator. Korade, where are you? There he is. He's the founder of Whitewash House, a laundromat, another initiative from Nizamabad. Lovely having you here. Great points. One very quick takeaway that I have from this is we are not poor, we are data poor. I think that's a great and a profound statement that you made. And I'm pretty sure we become more data inclusive so that we are able to give the credit to people as and when they need. That's a great point. And I still remember I was in Bombay and I saw that there was a family which was living on a plank which was placed on top of a drain and which had a plastic sheet as a roof. And then I was thinking, why are they doing this? But then when you realize this seems to be better than something else that they have back home. So imagine how bad that would be. So yes, Ms. Dr. Ravi's point of our future being in our ability to retain people in our rural bases seems to be the key to sustainability. Lovely having you here. Thank you so much, Chief. Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Okay. Time for the next panel. A very important discussion that all of us seems to be caught up with. Because of my role, I'll end up discussing with business leaders, and at the same time I also have this conversation with students or job seekers. You go to the other side, business leaders say we don't find great talent. And when I come to this side, they say we don't see job opportunities. And that's a huge gap that we're talking about. How do we bring our rural population up to speed? How do we use technology to ensure that this gap is filled? It's one of the biggest challenges that stand in front of us. While the number of people who are job seekers seems to be swelling up, on the other side, we also come across business leaders who say that we don't have people who are able to understand technology the way we want them to use. And that is one gap that we have to be talking about. So this panel that we have, the moderator is from an organization that deals with talent and gets them to sprint towards opportunities. So we have Mr. Rohit Agarwal, the Vice President for Operations at Talent Sprint. Previously he served as the Senior Director of Digital Business at Talent Sprint. He led the test prep business, which impacted millions of first-time job seekers across the country. And he's also a proud alumnus of IIM Kolkata. Lovely having you here, Chief. And when we're discussing about future-ready workforces, which is able to align rural skilling with technological advancements. The first panelist I'd like to invite on stage is Mr. Shabrinath C. Nair, founder, CEO, Skillveri Metaverse and XR Simulations. He's a product of IIT Madras, simulated design platform for training hands-on skills. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shabrinath Nair. Lovely having you here. Are we carrying something for demo? I was expecting that. Thank you so much. Stage is all yours. Then we have Damini Mahajan, co-founder, CEO, We Make Scholars, joining us with us today. This is a platform that helps study abroad aspirants arranging finances through scholarships and education loans. She also co-founded Naturelitch Global Beverages, a health drink company founded by University of Sheffield's graduates. Lovely having you here, please. And then we also have Mr. Arjun Puri, Dean Admissions, Aga Khan Academy and IB World School. Mr. Puri, where are you? If somebody says, I can't see where you are, you must be blind. Lovely having you. And a very interesting topic. We decided we will have the biggest panel here. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage P.N. Nayak, CEO Deshpande Skilling. Mr. Nayak is the CEO and Managing Trustee of Deshpande Skilling at Deshpande Foundation. Before joining the organization, he served as Head of Training and Development, HCL Infosystems Limited. There we are. That's your panel. Hold the timer. We'll start it once all of them are here. We'll pause it at 33. Lovely having you, sir. Please. The mic's on, the panel's ready, the timer is there, and the audience waiting to hear more from you. Time's all yours.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. We are about to dive into a very dynamic discussion which has the potential of reshaping the world, right? It actually is reshaping the world, right? And then we're going to talk about how we can skill the rural workforce, the rural population with the technological advancements, right? And for the technological advancements that we are currently seeing here. And we have a wonderful and expert panel here to dive deeper into this and to dissect the challenges and opportunities that we have and that they have encountered, which can, add great value to this discussion. So thank you all for joining us. And I think we should get started. But before we get there, I would request you all to spend maybe a minute and a half each to talk about the work that you do. So that we have more context to the discussion that we're going to have here, right? So, Aditya, Arjun would like to start first.
Sure, thanks Rohit. Thank you everyone for having us. I work for the Aga Khan Development Network. A lot of you might be aware of the work AKDN does globally and in India. I work at the Aga Khan Academy in Hyderabad, but also sort of run strategy for our academies globally. We're in we run 200 schools in several countries around the world. And my particular interest in joining AKDN's workforce in India was primarily to run a program which focuses on recruitment of students from rural settings. But prior to joining AKDN, I've been in education for about 12 years. Was part of the team that set up Jindal University, and before that I was an investment banker, so I spent about 6 years living in London with Merrill Lynch. So that was a past life, so we won't go into the investment banking side, but there's a lot of learnings that I'd love to share today with everyone.
Thank you. Shabri, would you like to go next?
Hi, good morning. I am Shabrinath Nair. So growing up in a developing country, we have always been used to looking at a technology that's built in the developed world and then try and port it or adapt it to the Indian context or a developing world context. So when I became an engineer, I wanted to change a little bit of that and try and see how do we approach the developing world problems by technology that is built frugally here in India. So the moment you hear about a welder, what does come to your mind? Most often it will be about somebody working in the street corner, working on a grill in a very unsafe environment. The picture that you see on the left, That's what you typically see. So can we use technology to make someone employed in a proper formal sector which has safe work environment and the quality of output is appreciated better? That was our objective. And we found that the cost of doing hard skills training was very prohibitively high. And this is something that we can change with intervention of technology. And the moment we start talking about using technology in vocational training, the feeling is that technology is costly and it is only going to increase cost and not decrease cost. This is true only if we try and bring in tech that is built in the Western world. If we do it here, it may not cost so much. The other challenge when we use technology is that technology overpromises in most cases. We have seen this happen with EdTech. And so just having technology is not sufficient. It should deliver measurable value at the shop floor or at the employment level. So when we made tech to be able to work here in India, we were conscious of challenges with internet connectivity. We were conscious of problems with power access. The reason why I brought the bag to the stage is that the simulator is only this much. It's easy to carry it around. You don't have to go to a large training center. You can take it to anywhere where the students have access to. And it also creates its own network, and you can train, and then the data gets stored locally. Whenever you take the laptop to a place which has internet, it syncs to a central server. And you can see that many times I get asked the question, oh, this is too high-tech for rural. And it is not so, because as you can see in the pictures, in tier 3, tier 4 towns in Tamil Nadu, Nippon Paint has used this to upskill the painters who buy their paint. And you can see that even rural as well as women have taken to this very easily. So yesterday in the immersion, when we went to the school, the kids in Madanapalli spoke very beautiful English very confidently. So there is nothing that segregates an urban person from a rural person. You give it to them, they will do it really well. So it's only a question of taking it to them. And what we built frugally here in India is now used very well in the US. So on the left you see picture of a school kid in California using my simulator. We have our simulators being used in Alaska. I never thought something we built in Chennai would get used in Alaska of all places. And last, wanted to say that anything that we build for developing world need not be cheap or need not be compromising on quality. So these are some of the installations that we have in various parts of the country. It is, I can tell you, it is at par with the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, good afternoon. I head Deshpande Skilling. Just to introduce myself, I come with about 30 years in the corporate world and then moved to the development sector. So the role that I am in currently, we engage with colleges, especially in tier 3 and rural places. We have enrolled about 4,500 kids every year, and we spend about 400 hours skilling them very specifically to what is required by employer companies. We have specific sectors that we work with, and the good part is if it's done scientifically, if it is done involving the stakeholders, if it is done with the demand in mind, we are able to do about 95% placement. So of all these kids who come and join, most of them from rural backgrounds, we're able to place a good 95% of them into good jobs, so into organized sector jobs. But we are actually going for a low-hanging fruit. We are working with kids who have, I won't call them kids, they are adults, many of them sitting here today. They have completed formal education. They have done 10 plus 2 plus 3, hail from rural backgrounds, because of which the access to jobs and awareness of what are the job opportunities is not too great among this community. So Deshpande Skilling, we are actually trying to bridge that gap and help them go and grab that opportunity. So yeah, very glad to be part of this panel. And yeah, we have been, another difference is that we have been largely using brick and mortar methods to do all of this. And it's great to be sitting with somebody who's talking of technology to be doing all of this. I think there's scope for us to do more by using technology, and glad to be part of this panel.
So hello everyone, this is Damini. I'm the co-founder of We Make Scholars. So I started this venture in 2015. It was after I got a 100% scholarship for my masters in the UK. So I came back to India and started a platform which we call it Scholarship Search Engine. So we started curating information from various trusts, foundations, government bodies, everything at one single place for students to find it easily. Though we started with scholarships, as of now we help students with all kinds of financing. So extending from scholarships even to education loans, which in India unfortunately is not very easy to get, as I think the person from Rangde also spoke. So so especially education loans, which is something banks never wanted to do unless you have your uncle in bank or your chacha in bank. So we are trying to bring that to a common ground for everyone. You know, we get a lot of applications even from rural part of the country where a lot of aspirational India is. Even helping them get that credit, of course, in partly from scholarship, or if they're not able to get 100% scholarship, helping them get finance through other forms of loans is what we do at We Make Scholars, which is, as of now, India's largest education finance platform.
Fantastic. I think what more can you ask for when you have a topic like rural skilling with technological advancements to discuss? So thank you for joining us. A little bit about myself. I work for Talent Sprint, which is in the business of bringing transformational learning programs for professionals like our young population sitting in the back rows there, and working professionals on deep technology. So I'll bring in some more context as we go about discussing this. So let's get started. I mean, remember that episode from Black Mirror where you found robots stealing jobs of all human beings, right? Of everyone, right? Don't worry, we're not there yet, but certainly things are changing, right? The way workforce has to the future workforce is changing, and the rural communities have to be ready for that. And imagine a situation where the rural communities and the rural population not just survives but thrives in this phase of technological revolution, right? It certainly can happen, provided we bridge the skill gap, right? And we bring them the opportunities that they are otherwise deprived of. So I would like to start off with Arjun, who's been working at the grassroots levels, helping the disadvantaged rural communities, right? And with the kind of work that you're doing at school education, right? How do you do this? What kind of tailored programs do you bring about for the rural population?
Thanks, Rohit. I think first and foremost, I think the interest in rural India for me personally started when I moved back in 2013 and spent a year and a half living in villages with ITCZ Chopal. I mean, I was hearing earlier about how do you sort of eliminate the middleman, and you were talking about handicrafts and the prices that a sort of textile designer would get from a rural environment would be 1/10 of what the price in the urban setting would be. Similarly, ITCZ Chopal, when it created a model, it wanted to eliminate the middleman. So on weekends, I used to spend time teaching children in government schools across the states I lived in. You have to understand, I grew up in Calcutta, so then to suddenly live in villages, to try and convince farmers to send children to school. The midday meal was then sort of just about kicking off. So it was a very interesting period for me to understand that what lacks in sort of the rural space is opportunity. Whether it comes down to the teaching, if it comes down to, you look at absenteeism in educators, that's another challenge. So one of the things that we do as part of the Aga Khan academies, of which now we've got 4 across the world, there's a large impetus that's sort of given to understand that a country that you live in, the fabric of that country needs to be represented in your classroom. We are going further and further and further away from that by creating a sense of elitism, privilege. Even going to a good school or a good university now is a privilege, right? So then how do you create opportunity? How do you tell someone that you and somebody else of your age who might have studied the same subjects has the same opportunity to get hired at a global firm? The truth is, we're far away from creating equal play. So my primary reason for joining the Aga Khan Development Network was to see how we conduct talent hunts. So for instance, we're spending more and more time in the Northeast. We went to Meghalaya, now we're going to work with Arunachal Pradesh. We work within Telangana with the tribal welfare, social welfare, Eklavya model residential schools. Similarly, we're going to try and do this in Ladakh. The idea is when you can build a school where more than 50% children who are studying an IB, International Baccalaureate curriculum, the fees are crazy, okay? Now, in that environment, if more than 50% children are earning a scholarship to attend that school, imagine what that classroom looks like. So for me, language is taken out of the equation. So when we conduct any of our potential-driven scholarship assessment, we conduct it in the local language. So when we did this in Meghalaya, it was done in Khasi. When we do this in Bengal, it'll be Bangla. So similarly, when we did it in Telugu here, and a lot of the way to identify potential, we work with the work of a great professor called John Monroe, who sort of designed this for us, where to understand potential, you have to allow children the time for their minds to function in front of you. So a lot of things that you might do in IIMs is the group discussion. Similarly, you break it down for what a 6th grader might want to talk about. So there's a lot of work that goes into this. There's a lot of science, there's a lot of research, but I'm proud to say that, whenever we get invited to speak on global platforms, wherever in the world we go, everyone stands up in the end and claps when they see videos of kids coming from villages. We've just got 4 kids joining us from the ruralest parts of Adilabad forests, who have now joined the academy on a 1 crore scholarship each, right? So people are always clapping and humming about how wonderful this is, but no other schools are doing it. So how do you involve philanthropy in the conversation? So tech is one thing. I'm really glad that Nayak Saab spoke about the brick and mortars, but you can't do either or. It's a balance. You can't move completely to tech. So I think a lot of what we want to do continually is to create an environment which is truly representative of what this country is about. That representation in a classroom. You have the topmost industrialist child sitting next to a child whose father's a fruit seller, mother's a maid. That's the classroom you're building. And I'm so proud. And there are times people will come and say, we don't want our kids to go here. That's also the reality of India. So when you talk about skills, I think it's so important to understand the value system. And I think the gentleman from Princeton spoke about this. We have to have a mind shift to write, if you want to go abroad on full scholarship, that journey starts in junior school. It can't be when she's 21 years old, suddenly she's a genius. So rural India is the future. So if more and more schools will invest in rural India, all these people sitting in the back will aspire to go to great universities and then come back to where they belong. That is the biggest shift that can happen here. And education plays the biggest role.
Absolutely. Rural India is the future. And I think phenomenal work there. I think this is the true definition of what a heterogeneous cohort could mean when it comes to demographics, that you can have inside the classroom. It'll be great if you can also maybe spend a few seconds talking about the impact that this program has had. Like we've talked about what you're trying to do, right? You're bringing up people from, various districts in different parts of the country, right? But where do they end up after the schooling is done?
Thanks, Rohit. And just to give you a quick example. So, for instance, when we go and do this in villages across India, we identify states, we also work in conflict zones around the world. I have the great privilege of working with students from Syria, from Afghanistan, who live on campus. We've just welcomed these kids. And a lot of these kids can't even write a sentence in English properly up until when they enter grade 7. Because like I said, these assessments, conversations are in local languages. These children have gone on to Brown, Georgetown, Northwestern, Ashoka University on full funding. So when you talk about the impact of education, it comes to creating an equal level playing field and opportunity. Now for us, we have, at all points in time, we recruit 10 children every year, which is an annual budget of 10 crores for us. But like I said, if this sort of can spread across the board, you'll have more and more people doing this. And one final point, when we interview the kids, especially from India, in their final rounds, and you ask them, what do you want to do in life? You come into a great program, 90% of them will say IS officers. The others will say, I want to be a doctor. or a lawyer. So, the beauty in this, they're thinking about how can they come back. So that's the beauty and the impact of working in an organization that allows you to constantly work with such incredible young minds.
Great. I would like to move to Damini next. You've talked about VMake Scholars and the way you have helped students get scholarships and, bring out the right information and transparent information that they need to progress further in their higher education. What do you think is the role of various stakeholders like the government, the NGOs, right, the private educational institutions or educational institutions in general to bring together a very robust ecosystem, skilling ecosystem for the rural economy, for the rural areas? What's your take on that?
So, see, the stakeholders, everyone has their role to play. Everyone can change the ecosystem overall to make it more skilled workforce, which I think Nayak ji probably will be the better person to talk about. See, these stakeholders at all levels, before that I would come to the student, someone who has to get skilled, rather than talking about the people who have to skill this student, right? So I believe the intent is a very important factor. The student should be intended enough to that, if the opportunities are there, if there is a center of skilling. I'll share one example with you that there are a lot of ITI centers which are, skilling centers run by government or let's say TASK in Telangana. So these people who are enrolling for those, centers, many of them are not even regular to those centers or to those training sessions. That just shows the intent of, the person, when you're getting an opportunity to go to a center and get yourself trained, you're not inclined to do that. And I believe that also comes from, when we are talking about rural skilling here, that also comes from that people probably don't see role models around, or they see less of a role models around. I think yesterday at the TAI we were talking about that, there should be more entrepreneurs. And I think when more of those, probably the role models will come in front of them, they would want to see how to be there. But as of now, I feel that, people are, not everyone, of course there are stars, who come out from a group of, let's say 50 people. There are people who want to do different, who want to, move forward in their life and get themselves trained, go to the upper, ladder or take the next step. Again, another example I'll share with you. So I come from a very small place, not a village though, but I grew up in Jammu, which again, the lack of awareness, and you see people with lack of intent also. You tell them that, we have to be graduate. People say, hey, what? Because they've been seeing people doing work or using methods of earning which doesn't require education, so they don't see that much value in education also. I have seen people around me who didn't wanted to go beyond 10th standard or 12th standard because they just didn't see value in getting themselves more equipped or more educated. So another example comes from, when I was a kid. Probably in 5th, 6th class or something. So my father is a contractor, so government contractor for constructions. So he would always have this, construction workers and laborers coming from, different places like Jhansi and, other places in Madhya Pradesh and all, who are in Jammu doing the construction work. So they would have their kids whom they will not enroll in schools also, right? So what we would do is my mother would enroll them in a school nearby, saying that, I would pay the fees, but nothing to them, but to the school I would pay and let them, go to the school. And then sometimes I would start taking the tuition classes for them. I'll just bring these 2 kids, and I'm very excited to, teach them and handhold them, make them write ABC, whatever I could do, as a 5th or 6th class student. And then, these kids, they would just not turn up next day. I mean, I'll scold them. Sometimes I'll slap them that, why you're not studying and why are you not writing this? And then they would not turn up next day. So I'm like, if I am at that place and I have to, look up to someone and I want to move forward, I would do anything to, whether it's scoldings or whether it's anything I want to learn. So I think the intent of the student, especially in rural India or the part of the country where the awareness is lacking or the role models is lacking, I think it becomes difficult to motivate those people that, it's important and this is something you should do and this is something you should enroll for. is one thing. So the main stakeholder, which is the person who is going to get skilled, has to have that inclination to get skilled. The second, thing which I want to talk about is, of course, the educators, or when we asked the organizer that who is the audience, they said there are a lot of college principals also. So I don't know how many are there in the crowd. But then to you, I want to say that, so many times we are making a degree a way to just get a certificate rather than, making people equipped with skills. So to give you an example, let's say, right from my experience as an entrepreneur who recruits a lot from Hyderabad or the nearby towns like Nizamabad or Suryapet or, other places, I've seen, I see that 90% of the students, like we generally recruit fresh graduates like who completed like their BBA or BComs or, other degrees in Telangana. So many of them do not have any internship experience also. So when we ask them that, what were you doing after your second year break, or what were you doing after your first year break? Most of them would answer, oh, I was at my nani's place, or I was, spending time with some relatives, I was, doing something. People should have that, the colleges should probably tell students that, this is important, this is something you have to do. Again, the last semester of the, college, the sixth semester, there are a lot of colleges who allow students that, go out and do an internship and come back. But there are colleges who are like, no, attendance is mandatory. And we, end up talking to placement coordinators saying that, they have been doing this for, 5 semesters already. They are still not workforce ready. Let them work in a, in an office and see how exactly and, how should they be ready and what skills they should acquire. And when these people are in office for like 6 months, after that when, they are going back or, graduating, they have so much better revenues than their other, classmates. So if there are principals in the crowd, I want to tell them that, the attendance issue, please send your students outside of the classroom and let them gain, real level skills. Whether you are in Nizamabad in some degree college or whether you are in Hyderabad in some degree college, people have to go out to learn those real life skills.
Right.
That's, I think, another thing I want to talk about.
Great,
Yeah.
great. But I think, things are changing now. We've seen many colleges opening up for, allowing their students to go out and do internships. I work for Talent Sprint. We are in the process of building talent, right? Skilling young graduates for getting them a career break. And we've found enough of them willing to go out and do an internship 3 to 6 months long, in the final semesters. But I think you've touched a very important point that in this entire ecosystem, while there are multiple stakeholders, the most important one is the end beneficiary, the learner himself or herself. And whether it's a free or a paid program, the intent of the learner is really important, right? Only that decides how successful the program is going to be, right? So serious learners is what we are looking for, right, with the right intent. Great. I would like to now move to Shabri, right? You've talked about, you've shown some fantastic slides. You've talked about how we can do simulation and carry that in a bag that you're carrying here. So let's touch upon the role of technology, right? How can you leverage technology in making education and skilling more accessible, right? So what's your take on that?
Yeah. Two things I wanted to say. One is the technology is a tool to enable you to do things much better. And as long as it delivers what it promises to deliver, it is good. Otherwise, technology for the sake of it is not going to be useful. And when it comes to the scope of hard skills, one of the things that I would like to share is that there are two reasons why any person chooses a career. One is the money part and one is the social status part. The money part of hard skills is now becoming more clear. Like a welder can start at 15,000 rupees, but if he goes to weld on a nuclear power plant, he can make 4 lakh rupees a month. That career progression not many people are aware of. And these are areas where technology can play a major role by eliminating the cost of delivering the training and as well as giving you more data on what you did right, what you did wrong, measure in a very unbiased manner. Secondly, the social status. That's where I think we as a society will have to change a bit. Today, even though a plumber or a welder may make more money than, let's say, a software engineer, the social status doesn't come. Whether it is are you being treated better by the people around you, or in India it becomes very important, in the marriage market, do you find preference? So all of these factors matter. So coming to technology, I think the global technological ecosystem has evolved in the last 5 years very much with this AR, VR, everything becoming more accessible, the prices of the devices coming down, and more developers building tools on that. So one thing, what you said is, it has to be a mix of brick and mortar. So the classroom could be a fixed hub, and you could have these moving around in spokes. And one challenge in any hard skill training center is that you find student mobilization a big challenge. You build the state-of-art training centers, but people don't come in. That's where you go around showing this, and then get the kids interested by showcasing that they have something high-tech to work on. And the first few times when we took these 2 real welders to get them upskilled, they were like, we are so thankful. Nobody ever thought of us before in any kind of technological intervention. We never got to touch any high-tech device. So there are a lot of things that tech can change. It can democratize. And I think we have quite a few interesting days ahead with tech becoming affordable and more focus coming to places like India where there is a lot of opportunity. One thing that prompted me to start Skillvery is also that the T3 of Delhi Airport as well as the Delhi Metro. The Delhi Metro was constructed by the tunnel boring operators from Peru, and T3 was built using Chinese labor. So in a country of 1.4 billion, and we have 70% of the population in the productive age group. Why should we bring people from outside? So there's a huge opportunity, and tech could be an enabler for that. Thank you.
I have a question for you, just if I may.
Yes, sure.
When you're talking about dignity of labor, yeah, because I think you also brought up the marriage market, how much does XY earn? We're not very skilled as people. So when IKEA came to India, we were one of the first countries that outsourced how to build IKEA furniture. Yeah. Okay. So how does tech bridge the gap in terms of maybe if we can go to tier 2, tier 3 and further? At what age should these kind of skill sets start being discussed? Because the conversations that one has is, you're not proudly saying you're a welder or a plumber, but if you are an engineer or a lawyer or a teacher, it's great. So that value conversation comes in, but where does tech play a part in this, and at what age?
So let me bring a school STEM angle also to this. So we, as a side, we built some virtual reality app which teaches kids about gravity in high school, in 7th or 8th standard, by letting them play basketball on Earth, on Moon, and on Mars. So you can make kids play basketball in the real world without any tech, but you can't make them play basketball on the Moon or Mars. So this virtual reality technology is making them do some activity which is otherwise impossible to do or costly to do. I would say it should start somewhere in 5th or 6th standard, but different things will have different age groups to start with.
Yeah, and just to add a bit more to that, we at TalentSmith we did a pilot last year with middle school students, middle school girl students around Hyderabad. So we identified about 100 girl students who are in 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, right? And these students were coming from very, very deprived backgrounds, right? I mean, 70% of them hadn't touched a computer before this intervention happened to them. So what we really did over the 3-week summer boot camp with these 100 middle school girls is gave them a program called C-STEM, which is computational STEM, where the idea was to teach them concepts on physics and math, right? Simple concepts of math and physics using computational thinking, right? So we all know that visualization is a very important aspect of learning, right? You have to visualize things when you're learning to sort of cement that understanding. And how do you know if they are visualizing it the right way or not? So we've brought this platform where, let's say if you're talking about a simple balance beam, right? How do you know if I put a 2 kg weight on one side and 3 kg on the other side, how would it just go up and down? So we had the simulator, a virtual simulator where they could just play around with weights on both sides and see how the input changes the output. So I think technology at various levels, starting at very early school education, can definitely make a huge, huge impact there. Moving on to Nayak ji, we've talked about how we can impact the rural population and communities through various technological interventions and otherwise. You have been on the other side of the table, right? I mean, in addition to what you're doing now, you're very passionate about people and talent development, but you've spent a good 2 decades of your career at an IT company.
Hiring people.
Hiring people, training people, and getting them ready for the work. So what do you think is the gap from the lens of a recruiter, right? From the lens of somebody who's going to absorb this talent, be it rural or urban? Let's talk about that.
So if I talk of discussions within the HR teams, there's one line which is very common, which says hire for attitude.
Hire for attitude.
Yeah, so I think that's something which students, they need to be talked about this, which is they can't think of work by watching some movie and trying to dream of work is going to be like it's in a movie. And the second big thing, at least when we talk of hiring freshers, actually when I went to college to hire freshers, it didn't matter what the student studied in college, whether he did civil engineering or mechanical engineering or commerce or arts. Yeah, there are roles which are technical and non-technical roles. So if I had to hire for a technical role, I would obviously hire a person who's trained for engineering. But then if I had to, then I would pick anybody from any branch. So the key thing is, because the job roles require them to be doing something which is not taught in college. So the absolute key thing, if I had to just put it in one line, would be, are they trainable for that role? So to me, what they studied in college, how they performed in college, is a good indicator of are they trainable or not. And when I look at their marks, it is only indicating to me that this person can learn. But yeah, unfortunately today marks are not a great indicator for that, which is why companies use a whole lot of other tools to see if the person has understood what he studied in college. Yeah, so people use marks less today, let me be honest. So companies don't look at marks much. They use other tools, they use AMCAT and so many tools to actually assess. But then finally, I think the key thing that companies would hire for is, are they trainable? Especially the organized sector ones, companies where they invest a good 2, 3, 4 months into training them. They run a very hard induction program for them. So the only key thing, which my message to all the students here is, they need to demonstrate that they can learn. And for that, their communication skill, their ability to use computers, these become the key aspects of demonstrating their learning ability.
Right. So learnability or learning to learn is a very important skill, the most important skill. And, if you can hire for attitude, that sort of takes care of a large part of it. I think one, last point, if one of you can touch upon, at all levels, school education, higher education, with the kind of demographic that we have in our country and the large population denominator, how do we avoid this rat race at every level? Like, are we really imparting skills that are needed for making them get a good career, or are we just helping them get ready for a rat race at a future date?
So let me share some numbers here. Nationally, there are about 4.5 crore students enrolled for higher education. That's in colleges and universities. And this is just about 30% of the adult population of age 18 to about 25. So it's just 30%. So there's about 1 crore students who graduate from these BA, BCom, engineering, medicine and all of that. And 65% of that are in rural. So when we talk of all this demographic dividend and all that, unless we can utilize this 65% well, we are going to lose out and it's going to be a liability. So therefore I think it's a big responsibility on the community, all of us, governments, NGOs, even corporates. Unfortunately, India, the industry and education relationship has not been great. The universities and industry don't collaborate too well. I think that's the key, and NGOs like us can step in and do part of it, but it's the size of the challenge is huge. But we should also look at it as an opportunity. Imagine 65% of a crore, which is 65 lakh students, graduate from rural parts of India every year. And if they can be leveraged well, we can actually change the scene of rural India.
Right. We are on top of the hour, but one last point from
Just
Martin.
to add on, I think the rat race starts from pre-primary now. It's not university. I mean, you have children in wait lists across schools. So again, it comes down to privilege and who do you know to get in. I can speak from experience, but I'm just telling you that, the rat race is now far beyond watching Three Idiots and saying, what does it mean to go to IIT? Now it is across the board, and there's so much importance now more than ever for every stakeholder to take ownership. I think whether it's internships doesn't mean photocopying. Going to a corporate for any kind of work experience should then plan out whether that person wants a career in that job or not. Right? So everyone has to step up. Schools, universities, corporates, NGOs, government. If we can, then the 65% will be solved in the next 65 years. But it will.
Right. Great. All right, I think we've been prompted that time is up. So thank you for the wonderful discussion here. I'm sure the audiences have enjoyed this and look forward to more discussions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Lovely conversation. Would like to invite our very own Ambrish Chandrana, Ambrish Chandrana, please join us on stage to felicitate the speakers and the moderator. I think this is the best time to be a student because in the panel we heard somebody say attendance shouldn't be mandatory. And then we also had a panelist who said that marks shouldn't be the criteria. I think if you want to become a student, today should be the day. Fabulous having you here. Ambrish bhai, please. Beautiful conversation, the interlude on how do we create the dignity of labor. I still remember the time when one of my friends, he got into an Ola, and those were the days when Ola was giving a lot of money to its drivers. And he asked my friend who was a software employee, "Tu kitna banata hai?" Right? So I think the dignity comes with the ability to earn more. So I think that's the way to go forward. Lovely conversation there as well. Beautiful point that came through the discussion is when we want to spend money on the students, I think maybe the money has to go to the teachers and the educators because they are the ones who create the real value for them. So all the power to ones who are empowering the educators, and I know Talent Sprint is doing a great job there. Lovely. Perfect. Thank you so much, Arjun. We saw the Tara in your hand and it's so beautiful. Tara looks small from the distance, but when you close, it could be an entire solar system. Lovely having all of you. Thank you so much. Beautiful conversations, and always we run short of time because these are conversations that needs to run longer. Let me also tell you, these panel discussions are not the be-all, end-all. The solutions don't happen on stage. These are triggers, and we run with those and maybe find solutions for all of us. Lovely. Now it's time to see somebody who has lived that change. Somebody who walked into a leadership program in order to learn skills less than a decade back. And yesterday when I was having a conversation with him, he proudly said, I am able to employ 1,900 people. I'm not talking single digits. I'm not talking 2 digits. I'm not talking 3. I'm talking 4 digits. I just need not introduce this person anymore. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage our very own Karthik to talk about his journey of coming as a student for a leadership program and today proudly employing more than 1,500, close to 1,900 people. Karthik, stage is all yours.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Karthik. I'm from a small, my background is I'm from a small village in Nizamabad. I came from a small village in Nizamabad. So, I'm the founder and the CEO of Chitrapuri Film Festival. So, sounds looks like a film festival. Everyone noticed that a film festival. So, I belongs to entertainment field. So completely I'm into entertainment field, and recently 1.5 years ago we stepped into a tech field also. So basically introduction from myself about my company. So we are into a completely movie business, like a pre-production, post-production, and production, and we do complete movie business. Like we sell, we take the movies and we sell the movies to OTT platforms and the satellite platforms, and we make movies too. So to start Chitrapuri Film Festival, being a lead student, one Kakatiya Sandbox started in Nizamabad. Just we used to join from our college. We joined in the lead program, lead acceleration program. And it takes many challenges. As a lead student, our journey was started with an lead student with Kakatiya Sandbox, and after that 6 years, after establishing of the Kakatiya Sandbox, after 60 years, we started our career in 2016 as Chitrapuri Film Festival. So we are into 5 different parts, like a Chitrapuri Film Festival, Avani Entertainments, Bullitera Entertainments, and Chitrapuri International School of Film Technologies, and Chitrapuri Studios. So basically we work like Chitrapuri Film Festival is completely giving awards to all the filmmakers, and Avani Entertainments is completely works for small scale, like TV channels. We work for, you all see the serials like Ma TV, Zee Telugu, and Colors, Star Plus, and Rishte. So we make production, post-production for all these channels. And Avani Entertainments and Bullitera Entertainments, we sell movies from this sector. We sell the movies to OTT platforms, and we sell we do satellite business from Bullitera Entertainments, and we training some students in film technologies like editing, script writing, animation, photography, and direction, and acting, anchoring, and news presenters. We are training these students from international standards, as well as by soon, 1.5 years after coming next year, we would like to launch Chitrapuri Film Studio in Nizamabad in 25 acres. So completely we are working on AI. So completely we are working on AI and VR. We would like to, we were working on image regeneration. So we are trying to create one new image in AI, and we would like to make it, we are sending it into animation, 3D animation. We're giving a live in 3D animation, and after that, we bringing into a VR, virtual reality. So it would be a first center in India. If it is success, it would be a first center in India, artificial intelligence and virtual reality. So VR set-up boxes and everything is going to be manufactured in Nizamabad by soon. Within 1 year, we're going to start. Already we collected a land in 25 acres in Deshpande. We already collected from the government land, 25 acres. So by soon, we are going to construct a VRAI studio in Nizamabad in Deshpande. By soon, we are, I think in 2025, next January, it's going to be start. So completely, we are into an entertainment field. And last from 1.5 years, we started tech, like in tea hubs in Hyderabad and Bangalore. We have a little small business. So we noticed that we have a we have a lot of, we are created 2 world records. The world record is mentioned as India's, we are holding like 5 lakhs unreleased films. We are holding like 5 lakhs unreleased films, which is really needed for Amazon Prime, like Netflix and some other platforms. But we are not ready to sell our content to any other platforms, so that we're trying to develop our own platform, OTT platform. So by soon, it is also coming soon, OTT platform from Chitrapuri. We have a 5 lakhs, whatever the 5 lakhs content is there, we are going to put in our OTT platform, and it's going to be like free of cost. Main OTT platform and studio, it's going to come for next year from our Chitrapuri Film Festival. Right present, we generated like 1900 employments in all over India. We got an award as India's biggest chain link company. So I think you all using Amazon Prime, Netflix. You are trying to, I think you watch us movies in Prime and Amazon. So have you been checked any time how it's going to work? So you will take in a subscription for 100 rupees or for 1 month, or maybe 3 months for 600 rupees, for 1 month for 1000 rupees. You will take in a subscription for this OTT Netflix. So have you noticed that in Play Store, go and check in the Play Store. Have you noticed how many downloads are there? Have you checked any time? How many downloads and how the income is going to generate for those big companies? Or what maybe, I think 38 OTT platforms were there here, 38 OTT platforms. So how they're generating? So if I want to make a movie that it costs to 1 CR, if I start a movie in a low budget, it takes to 1 CR to 5 CR minimum. So if I sell that movie to OTT platform, they will pay the 50% or maybe 70% from the production. So after selling to OTT, so how the OTT will generate? If I sell the 1 crore movie for 50 lakhs for OTT, if OTT buy my movie for 50 lakhs, then how the OTT will generate that 50 lakhs? From your subscription? So 500 millions, like you can check that Amazon Prime, it has 500 million downloads. And what if you take for 1 month subscription, and what will be the cost for 500 million OTT memberships? So the point was raised from our mind. So that's what when Amazon asked you to give a data from us, like we are already, I said that, and we have a wall record that we are holding 5 lakhs unreleased films data. We have a 5 lakhs unreleased film data all in 46 languages from across 103 countries. So we don't want, they ask you to sell the complete movies to data to them, but we are not ready to give all the data to them. So just we are ready, we planned that we would like to build our own OTT. So at the same time, the idea to build the own OTT platform. So we started, why should we take a help from other IT sources? So why don't we build our own tech field? So we realized that we need to take our own step to start in a tech field. We started tech field before 1.5 years, CFFI Infotech. So it's already in Nizamabad and some other Hyderabad and Bangalore also. We are training students and some unemployed employees, and we are training them in all artificial intelligences and full stack developers and front and back end technical field. So we are making them to do our works like OTT platforms and websites and other ideas. So whatever the ideas they get and we get, we are working on that. So Chitrapuri is India's biggest chain link company, that wherever you go in India, you can find a Chitrapuri Film Festival person who is working in entertainment field. We created a 1900 employments in all over India. So we are India's biggest chain link company, and by soon we are going to create a Guinness World Record with 103 countries who is participating in February 24th of 2024. February 24, 2024, we are creating a Guinness World Record with 103 countries. Already we met 3 CMs, like Goa CM is going to come for the event, Telangana CM and Gujarat CM. So 5 CMs are going to attend for the event. That 103 countries were participating with, we got a highest submission. Collaborating for Big Bets, it's a name we choose collaborating for Big Bets. So 103 countries participation with the 46 languages, and we got around 11 lakh submissions of films across from the world. So I think you people are going to be a witness for next month. You are going to be a witness for the India's biggest event, which is going to be happen in Hyderabad on February 24th. We will all, if possible, we will all meet in event, in Guinness World Record event. We are very happy to share platform with all you people on 24th of February. We'll send the invitations to everyone. So I would like to thank you for giving an opportunity to be here.
Fabulous, 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 fabulous. Please put your hands together, because I want you to stay seated. I want you to stay seated. I would request Raju to please join us on stage, because the photo has to be both of you sitting there, because his story, I still remember him talking about, he was sitting in those last rows of a development dialogue a few years back. And now today it's not just he's come to the stage, he's also gone to a stage where he gets to sit there and share his experience with the world. So that is one story that we surely need to celebrate. Congratulations, Karthik. Right, and the photo is going to be with both of you sitting on that sofa. Both of you sitting, please. Nice, nice, nice. Now we're talking. Let's capture this. Thank you so much, Karthik. The day you launch that OTT, I would love to be the first subscriber. Let's go ahead and do that. Raju garu, a few words on this story.
All right. I see some students at the back. Any of you heard about Karthik before, or is this the first time? You can raise your hands, please. I'm talking about the students at the back. Okay, I can't see the hands as clearly, but anyway, I can hear your voices. That's great. Any of you feel inspired by what he's done? All right, wonderful. See, in the morning I mentioned that, big part of the sandbox idea is that the power of relatable role models. What better role model than what Karthik has done, coming from a small village near Nizamabad, and all built this company in just 7 years. And believe me, he has 1,900 employees. Of course, I've built a sizable global company, but even at the peak, I never had more than 1,500 employees in India. So he's done far more than what I could have ever done, than I ever did. So give him a big hand, please. I think that's really the future of India, the rural India. People like Karthik and others that you will meet through the course of the day and hear from. I think these are absolutely, this is the potential. It's not all about just improving farmer incomes and creating jobs for people coming from the villages. That's very important, absolutely. But there are several like Karthik who can actually become the job creators of tomorrow, right? I think that's the most important thing. And for those of you who are here from different parts of the world, thank you. Please, when you come here and engage with people like Karthik and others, it's immensely valuable because you come with ideas, network, capital, talent, contacts, everything else. So once again, Karthik, I can't be any more proud. It was just last September, I went to the IT tower here in Nizamabad, and somebody said, I asked who are the big companies. They said the largest occupier of IT tower is a company called Chitrapur Films, and they had 90 employees. I said, wow, okay, right here in Nizamabad. So I said, I would like to meet the person who's heading that. And to my utter surprise, I go there, and Karthik happened to be there that day. And then, of course, I remember him. I don't quite recall, sort of all the work that he did back then. But, my heart swelled with pride when I saw him that day and when I heard his story. So thank you, all of you, for coming and listening to the story. And thank you, Karthik, for the wonderful job and inspiring everybody.
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Take care. Now, the next panel is again a very, very interesting topic. Without giving too much away, the difference would be like distributing a packet of biscuit to somebody who needs it as against teaching them how to bake it themselves. And maybe that is the difference we need to talk about. And that is the opportunity we need to talk about. So, please put your hands together as I invite on stage the moderator for the next panel. Somebody most of us know. Let me invite on stage Rupal Dandia, the Vice President of Development at Deshpande Foundation, where the topic is Philanthropic and Partnership Stardust, illuminating the path to economic prosperity in rural India. Stage all yours. You have the timer. Please go ahead and invite your speakers.
Thank you, Harish. So before I invite my speakers, I just want to illuminate the difference between charity and philanthropy. So charity is, they're both forms of giving, but there's a difference. Charity is an emotional response to a crisis, and typically could be a natural disaster, and it tends to be short-term in nature. Versus philanthropy is a long-term strategic endeavor to address the root causes of social problems like poverty elimination or disease eradication. So with that in mind, I want to invite two philanthropists that are here today, NC Murthy, and I'll give an introduction of NC as he's coming up on the stage. So NC is a Tamilian who lived in Hyderabad with his parents. He did his engineering at Osmania University and master's at NITI Mumbai, which is IIM Mumbai today. In 1987, he went to America, and after working at a company, he decided to launch his own company, the online resources, and sold it. Subsequently, he sold 5 other companies, Metamore Enterprise Solutions, MZI Healthcare, New Haven Chemicals, New Haven Pure Alkali, and New Trace Inc., a cardiac mapping company. He's still the CEO of ACM Business Solutions, and as you can tell, he's a very successful serial entrepreneur. The next guest I'd like to invite is Venkat Matella, who you saw on the stage before. He hails from a small village in near Tupran in Telangana called Padalpalli. Venkat started his career working at Tata Institute of Fundamentals Research in Mumbai and then worked in Hyderabad, then went to the US, worked for several large companies, but he too launched his own company, Red Pine Signals, that creates highly differentiated wireless technology. And after he sold it, he's now become the CEO of Ceramorphic Inc., which provides century-defining innovations for high-performance AI training, supercomputing market, and AI drug discovery. So, Venkat did his master's at Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University, PhD in electrical engineering from IIT Hyderabad, and is a graduate of Harvard Business School. So Venkat too is a serial entrepreneur. And so it's lovely to have you both on the stage. So my first question is that both of you are very successful entrepreneurs. You could have just continued on that journey. So why did you decide to do philanthropy? And because philanthropy, it's going to take up a lot of your time. And so I want to understand why you chose to do philanthropy. So I'll start with you, Venkat, and I'd love for NC to answer as well.
Thank you, Rupal. When you said that why choose philanthropy, why not enjoy the life? I want to really emphasize one thing. Everybody goes through in the life different phases. You come across different things. So when we say that enjoyment could come from your loving family, great friends, and your own accomplishments in whatever you're doing, your job or your education. I consider the philanthropy, I pursued those things so far. I went through the education, technology, entrepreneurship, making money. But I consider the philanthropy is another pillar. That means more pillars you have, more enjoyment. It's not that philanthropy is not enjoyment. I consider it as enjoyment as well, because it's just adding another enjoyment pillar to my life. And another way to say that is not one or the other. So I do really enjoy life too. I have my regular running the company. I'm contributing to the company's developments, and I have my personal life. But I definitely think that it gives me so much pleasure when I see people who are so energetic working for this cause. It's for me developing another pillar. It's not something that either or the or. It's both. I do whatever I'm doing, but this is just adding to my more personal life. And this question is very personal, because why do you do means it's not like something I need to get a degree, but it's very much, it's a huge accomplishment for me to interact with people like, with Raju I met, Desh and Jayashri. It's just inspiring. And young people here, Manish and his team, Shreya, Ajit, it's something that I enjoy interacting with them. So for me, it's a big thing.
Wonderful. Thank you. What about you, NC?
For some reason, can you hear me?
Oh.
Yeah. For some reason, I've always been interested in doing this philanthropy from a very young age. My mom was very generous, and
I always had this goal. I said maybe after 60 I'll start. And because I had to fulfill my other obligations with my family and children. So I planned it like that, and unfortunately 2 years of delay due to COVID. Otherwise, this was my goal for a long time. And this is something I want to do full time, and I enjoy doing it because I see the reward in seeing I'm able to make a difference and seeing the happiness in people's faces.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So now that you know that you decided that you wanted to do philanthropy, how do you go about choosing a non-profit organization and a non-profit organization that you can trust? NC?
So I wanted to look for an organization which was, see, when I wanted to do this, I was looking to do it using my business skills and my passion for execution with the same passion and effectiveness on the philanthropy side. So someone introduced me to the Desh Foundation, and I saw the same principles where they were executing, like Raju said early in the morning, that they were executing with business-like commitment for efficiency and effectiveness, but with the compassion for doing that philanthropic work. So that's the combination of what I was looking for. So I can trust any company which is trying to do this, and that's why I have found this to be a good company, a good organization to work with.
Wonderful. Thank you. What about you, Venkat?
Just to add to that, I think from my side, I come from a small town, a farming family, but my life has been always education, technology, and entrepreneurship. And we are involved in some other places as well. But when I first met Raju, I know him for more than 30 years. When he explained about, I think it's last year, Rupal and Raju, when I met, when they explained about the agricultural segment, and there is a skill place, and there's entrepreneurship, it actually matched to my requirements, and I was able to connect because I come from the same region. And again, not only the model of this particular organization, but the people that made the biggest impact for me. For me, it's like the number one reason why I consider this organization not only matching to the type of things that I do, but the people I interacted with is something that is very unique. I've seen a lot of people all over the world, and I'm involved in some other things. Great organizations, and they are doing in their own capacity. Whereas here it's addressing at the grassroots level, which I was able to connect myself. And I went to a school here, and I could see myself that 40 years ago, I'm not young, but I could see myself relating to the things that this organization is doing, coupled with the team that Raju put together, and every one of you. It is just an amazing organization. So it was very easy for me to get involved at a much bigger scale.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So what's been your best moment of giving? You both have supported Deshpande Foundation and Kakatiya Sandbox. I'd like to just find out what has been your best moment of giving. So NC?
Yeah, I like all the programs they do, but in particularly when I visited the Skill Plus Center in Sandipani College, which Manish arranged for me to visit, that was one of my favorite time spent. I was supposed to be there for an hour, but it went for 90 minutes because I could see the enthusiasm in all the children. They have been primed up by this program to be able to take on opportunities in the world. They're all very eager, very confident, very, very competent actually, and not only confident, but so it was very nice to interact with them. So it made me feel that, what a difference these programs can make. And it was an extremely rewarding experience personally. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. What about you?
So I think, maybe I have a couple of them to add, but one is that I came here once, I think last year, visited the team here, and the enthusiasm they showed, the energy in terms of wanting to do something, that is definitely made a huge difference for me. And another thing, of course, is that when I met Desh and Jayashree at their place, and their vision and not just only doing one thing, but like I think Raju mentioned in the morning, the non-profit with the profit execution. Because the way he explained to me, it looked to me as if like that I could understand the CEO language. And but apply that one among with various CEOs. In fact, it so happens that one of the CEOs on the entrepreneurship, we work together. So it's a very, very amazing the way this whole thing is modeled. This is not something that, just give money somewhere and not having any visibility. It's a very, very well architected, very intelligent, very passionate people. And I could not find anything better than that. So for me, it was a great moment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I know NC, you've been wonderful about supporting our Skill Plus SIV initiative and setting up the MA, which is the NC Murthy Ahara Vinya Food Tech Center, which is to help micro-entrepreneurship women. And I know, Venkat, you are wanting to support our initiative under CREST, which is the Kanwal Rekhi Rural Entrepreneurship Center, for supporting the IIIT Basar kids and helping them with their entrepreneurial dreams. Actually, we had signed the MOU here last year with IIIT Basar and the Kakatiya Sandbox. So it's lovely. Thank you so much. I would like to ask Shrikant Pakala. I hope he's in the audience. Shrikant, are you there? Oh, okay. So I'd like to ask Shaheen Hassan, who's representing the ILA Foundation. As you know, Deshpande Foundation has now, and Kakatiya Sandbox, we've taken three of our very special projects to other states like Maharashtra and Rajasthan, and ILA Foundation has helped us. I'd love to know how has this association with our organization worked for you, Shaheen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Rupal. So the I Love Foundation works in Rajasthan, and I Love Jaisalmer is the most active unit of this foundation, which has spearheaded at least 45 to 50 projects related to tourism, environment, women empowerment, education, heritage conservation, and healthcare. So the I Love Foundation was actually very much inspired by the grassroots work which the Deshpande Foundation has been doing, especially the farm ponds, and how the rural economy has been impacted with such interventions. The founder of the I Love Foundation, Mr. Manvinder Singh Shekhawat, had a chance to speak to Mr. Deshpande, and it was essentially decided to build 10 farm ponds as a pilot project. But we did our homework, started with a feasibility study of 30 farm ponds, and the project was submitted to the foundation, Deshpande Foundation. So 30 farm ponds were built in 60 days, and this essentially helped us in reaching out to 7 villages, impacting 35 families, collecting over 95,000 cubic meter of water, and 225 livestock being benefited out of this. Now we hope to build and take this initiative forward to 100 more farm ponds in the state of Rajasthan under the initiative Greening Rajasthan, one village at a time. And we hope to build this initiative further with over 1,000 farm ponds in Rajasthan with the help of Deshpande Foundation. We hope so. Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you so much, Shaheen. So with this, we conclude our session. You got a peek into the mindset of our philanthropists and why they choose to support. They all have their unique ways of doing it and unique reasons, but one thing is clear, that they all care, they find immense joy in helping people less privileged, and for that we thank them for partnering with us. So thank you so much.
Right, so special respect for Rupal for sticking to time, and this makes life easy for all of us. Thank you so much, Rupal. I would like to request my dear friend Neerav Patel to please join us on stage to felicitate the speakers and the moderators. But before we do that, Neerav bhai, 1 minute. We have somebody very special joining us here. We have Karthik, who comes from the kind of audience we want to connect. He made it to IIT Kharagpur, and then he's doing some phenomenal work in infrastructure development across the country. So we would love to hear from you, Karthik. Could you please share a few words from your experience, please? Please put your hands together. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to contemplate naming their kids Karthik from what we've seen in the last 1 hour or so. There seems to be a link there. Please. Please have a seat. Good job. Accept. Yes, Karthik.
Yeah. First of all, great job. Thanks to Mr. Raju, I'm here. And I think what you're doing here is phenomenal. I come from a farmer's background, and the opportunities that the country created for me actually took me to some places. Hopefully these opportunities will take you, others here also in the room, to the same places. And this is very relevant because the kind of poverty that lies in rural today, it doesn't affect a lot of people, but it's real. So I hope I was helpful in giving 2 words here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthik. Thank you so much. And I think Raju Garu is fulfilling his promise of creating more relatable role models so that people can touch, connect, feel, talk, converse, and learn and grow with them. Thank you so much, Karthik. Nirabhai, where are you? Could you please join us on stage? One group picture, please. All 4 of you. Fabulous. Thank you. Nirabhai. My friend Nirav also has a very interesting story. Some of them choose entrepreneurship, some people are chosen by entrepreneurship. Nirav's story is where he got chosen by entrepreneurship very early in life, got into the printing business, and not just sustained but supported his larger family to where they are today. Another story that I'm very proud to be knowing about. Thank you so much. Thank you, Karthik. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Rupal. Thank you, Nirav. Now, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we break for lunch, and before we break for lunch, let me also tell you, we will be coming back and starting the post-lunch session sharp at 2:30. That means you have 60 plus 20, 80 minutes for lunch. I think that's good enough. I know it's very little for Nizamabad standards, but yes, 80 minutes is what we have for lunch. In your gift bag that you see, there is this picture which is a fridge magnet. So there is magnet on it. So you can actually go and slap it on the fridge and it is going to stay stuck there forever. Right? Once you come back, I'll talk a little more about the goodie bag that you got. A lot of thought that has gone into it just to make it special, just to make it worthy of you. Right, so we break for lunch now, and as I promised, we will come back and start exactly at 2:30. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Check, 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 check. Welcome back, everybody. I know, nobody is going to respond. Videos are there, right? Nice. A lot of people who think the world is run by the gods, they are wrong. They haven't met photographers. They run the world. They decide how we stand, how we breathe, where we stand, why we sit. So they run the world. We know that for sure. Lovely. Okay. So all the people in the room, Bharat Garu, Ravish Garu, request all of you to come closer to the stage. Hiten Bhai, Mr. Gupta ji, and the entire team, request our entire team from TIE Nizamabad to come closer. Mr. Agarwal, aa jaiye. Sorry? What do we play? Music? No, I'm looking at the kind of lunch we've had. With good music, I'm really scared people will sleep. So, play some song. Oh, now I know why you want that. You want good music to sleep. Lovely. So, all the people there, please move in a little closer. Please. All the people sitting there. Please move in a little closer. Please, కొంచెం ముందుకు వచ్చేయండి. అంత వెనక్కి కూర్చోవడం ఎందుకు? ఎవ్వరు లేరు కదా. ముందుకు వచ్చేయండి. ప్లీజ్. రావాలండి. ప్లీజ్ ముందుకు వచ్చి కూర్చోండి. It's a little scary when you see there is a round table and people suddenly start to form a circle around it. It feels like a house party with a pack of cards. Manish Garu, we are waiting for your attention so that we start. To our beautiful volunteers, ladies, why are you standing? Please pick a seat for yourself. Nice, 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 nice. Darshan bhai, can we have some music in the background? We have had a request, so thoda sa music in the background, please. Thank you. Ms. Rupal is about to break a world record. She's been on a call for 7.5. Right. So, welcome back, all of you. I know this is the most difficult part of the day. And for anybody who's a trainer or a facilitator, we call this the graveyard shift. Because it feels like you're standing right in the middle of the graveyard and trying to deliver a lecture. Where when people move, it's a little scary. And we just hope that people are listening to you. Right? But let me also tell you, there is some beautiful discussion that is coming up front, and I'm pretty sure, knowing the kind of commitment all of us have towards sustainability, growth, entrepreneurship, there is so much to learn, so much to take away. So in case your friends or peers or colleagues are still lurking somewhere, if you could just give them a quick call and ask them to come here, that would help us, because we will be able to start the post-lunch session with the same kind of energy we started the day with. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. If you know your friends, peers, colleagues who are elsewhere, please give them a call and ask them to come here so that we are able to start it in time. In the meantime, I would request my team, please, to play the video, the behind-the-scenes video of the field visits that happened yesterday. So, if you missed the action yesterday, you can get to see all of them right now, right here. All yours. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Nice. So that's the kind of energy we need. All the people working behind the stage, setting it up for us. And next time we have your word. All the people who go there on those poles to set up trestles, we will make sure they wear a helmet. Right? We will make sure that happens as well. So just a few minutes away, requesting people to, as I requested, reach out to your friends, colleagues. There is one other video. There is one more video. We will play that for sure. In case your friends, peers, colleagues are somewhere in the exhibition area or in the food zone, please give them a call. Ask them to come here so that we can start. All the people standing there, please come, pick a seat so that we can start the post-lunch section of Development Dialogue 2024 Nizamabad. The other video, please. Thank you, Darshan bhai. Okay, looking at the kind of effort that has gone into making of the video, let's play it once more, Darshan bhai. Please, please, please. Right. Perfect. Thank you so much. Imagine getting the footage yesterday, late in the evening, putting this together, stitching this whole thing would have surely taken a lot of effort. So whoever, anybody here who contributed towards the video, show of hands. That's the best part of it. The volunteers who worked really hard towards this are standing somewhere maybe. Thank you so much for their contributions. Now, Are we ready? Right. So now let's move on to the next panel. A panel that's, again, picking up a very interesting topic, something that's close to a lot of people here. And before we do that, can we try and fill up the sofas, please, at the second and the third row? Second and the third row, please, please, please. Can you just move a little forward, fill up the sofas? Because we know as a panel, when you sit here, you look at the front few rows, there are people, and then you know you're connecting with an audience. Don't assume that the participants have left. There are multiple panels that are happening. We are running 3 panels where the discussions are happening, which is the reason why some of them have dropped out from this hall at this point in time. Right? Lovely, lovely. Oh, very good. I know some of them here are sitting in the front row for the first time in their life. And I feel lucky to be the one who provided you the opportunity to do so. The world looks very different when you sit here. It's nothing like how it looks from where we sit. Lovely. So let's move on. The 5th panel, where we're talking about from microbe to bioregion, designing for sustainability. Because the minute we talk about sustainability, we will have to zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, and zoom in till we get the finest of detail right. Because unless and until we do that, we just can't get things right. The moderator for this session, Mr. Venki Ramachandran, the founder of Agribusiness Matters, a research and consulting firm. He writes a popular newsletter by the same name, which goes out to about 30,000 plus agri-tech professionals across the globe. He also works as an agri-tech consultant and works with agribusinesses, agri-tech founders and investors across US, Europe, India and Central America. Now it's when you put your hands together, I say welcome our very own Venki Ramachandran.
Hello. I know it's a post-lunch session. Can we ask people to come in a little further, a little in the front, so that we have much more engaging conversations? Because I think those who are in the back, I think you are the future for whom we are trying to future-proof. So if you all can come in the front, it'll be nicer for all of us to have a dialogue. Because the point is not to have chat among ourselves. थोड़ा आगे आ सकते हैं? सब लोग को इंग्लिश में लिए कंफर्टेबल है या हिंदी में स्विच करना चलेगा? Both are done? Okay. Can I request people to come in the front so that we have a slightly more closer space? Thank you. थोड़ा आगे खाली खाली जाए तो भी मन भी पूरा डिफ्यूज हो जाता है. थोड़ा आगे आ जाएंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा. Great. So, I am a big lover of Kabir. और कबीर का एक दोहा होता है, उससे मैं शुरू करूं. पानी पानी रटते रटते प्यासा ही मर जाए. पानी पानी रटते रटते प्यासा ही मर जाए. I keep repeating water, water and die of thirst. Oftentimes when I look at the word sustainability that's thrown around every little time, that's the feeling I always get. You know, Bernard Shaw used to say this famous quote, you know, that the problem with communication is the illusion that it actually happened. And I can very well say that if today he were to talk about sustainability, he would say that the problem with sustainability, we think it is already sustainable. Because we keep talking about it so many times. So what does really sustainable, and when we're saying that designing for sustainability, what do we mean? So that's where this scary little topic comes in. Because, you know, I'm going to talk about, you know, I work in the areas of culture and agriculture. And I realize that agriculture is the only domain where the culture piche aa jata hai. I studied mechanical. Mechanical was not called mechaniculture, right? It's only agriculture that was called as agriculture. And I was always fascinated by this topic, and that's where I decided to move away from IT and technology and get into agriculture. So, just to give you another example, right? How many people are fans of Lord Ganesha? Great. So have you wondered, we're not going to talk about getting into religious pravachan mein nahi jana wale yahan pe, but have you wondered why do we have humans before us have created this symbol of a human with an elephant head sitting on top of a mouse? Kabhi socha kya? Ki why have we designed this kind of way where a human has an elephant head but is sitting on top of a mouse? Any guesses? Can we pass the mic if it's okay? Any guesses? Any thoughts? Why do we do that? See, at some level, when we are looking at the whole problem of sustainability, we need to think about a macro level, which is where an elephant comes in, and also a micro level, which is where a rat comes in. So whether you agree or whether you believe in faith or religion or not, it doesn't matter. At some level in our culture, we always had this phenomenon of trying to connect the macro with the micro. And that's where we are talking about this whole aspect of microbe to bioregion. Right? It's very sad that we couldn't be a part of the agri panel out there where farmers are talking a lot. But I'm sure most of the conversations would have been about how to transition farmers from heavy dose chemicals, synthetic chemicals to more to a sustainable form of agriculture. So there we are doing a lot of efforts, but at the same time, we are also looking at some levels, how do we build economies and local scale economies that are sustainable? And that's where the bioregion concept comes in. So to discuss this topic, I'm going to invite three of very dear friends with whom I've been chatting about and discussing about sustainability for a very long time. I would like to welcome Sameer Sishodia, CEO of Rain Matter Foundation. Dr. Lakshmi Unnithan, founder of the Diverse Local. And Manohar Malani, Managing Director, NCS Green Earth Private Limited. We are not going to spend time talking much about introductions because we feel what they share is going to be far more interesting than who they are and their background. So you can look them up if you want to know based on how interesting their conversation is going about. See, today we are in interesting times where if you talk to students, they say that careers in agriculture is an unsustainable venture. Businesses are not really so serious about sustainability for soil. And governments think the only job that they have to do is keep the prices of the food down. In such a kind of scenario, what is it that we can do to kind of look at design for sustainability? And that is the larger areas that we want to cover in, right? I want to start off with Sameer. In Sameer, in your website, you almost talk about that, like building for bioregions or doing the right kind of investments is not charity but an investment for the future. But I want to be really honest with you and ask you that how do you convince your investors and then say that this is an investment for the future? Because we are not really used to looking at this kind of investment at all, right? How do you do this?
Thanks. I think this is a very important topic, the macro to the micro. So thanks for doing this. I think sustainability has to be understood in the opposite of that word. If something is unsustainable, it stops to exist. Like somebody said earlier, if our soils are unsustainable, we are looking at a food security crisis. If our water systems are unsustainable, we're staring at hell. If our air quality is unsustainable, I already know friends who are getting out of Delhi, right? But it's not just Delhi, it's Hyderabad's air quality was pretty poor, Bombay's is pretty poor, all the places are getting there. So essentially the bank is starting to go empty, right? And that's how you got to look at like unsustainability is the word we have to really focus on. Sustainability has a very feel-good factor to it, कि हाँ एक cloth bag ले लिया, bamboo product खरीद दिया हो गया, right? But unsustainable means it will stop existing. your current way of life, your food systems, your production systems, your shareholder value, everything will draw down to zero. Is it 10 years away, 30 years away, 100 years away? Is not for me to predict. Right? That's a very tough one. But I think we first have to understand that we are staring at drawing down to zero. Right? And it's not very smart to do that. So if you have to continue living on this planet, being able to eat decent food, being able to have access to water, being able to have generations which have decent health and so on and so forth, we need to figure out how to do that well.
And I think, when we are trying to figure out how to do that, I think we also need to understand what is happening on the ground. And I think, your stories in the diverse local and in various forums, when you talk about what is happening on the ground, right? And I remember you telling some time back about the stories of how the tribals don't have the money to even maintain a sacred grove, right? Maybe, for the people who are not really familiar with the idea and the concept of sacred groves, can you tell us what happens when sacred groves are no longer sacred?
Thank you, Kakatiya Sandbox. Thank you, Deshpande Foundation. Thank you, Venki Ramachandran, for the invite and for helping me voice my thoughts out here. I'm Lakshmi. I'm basically an agriculture professional. I have studied agriculture, but I have turned myself into a storyteller because agriculture and working with agriculture in many organizations have helped me realize the truth at the ground level, I would say. So many of my stories are focused on the local communities. When we look at local communities, we see that the local communities have got their challenges as well, and they have the solutions also lie in the community itself. So it is very imperative or very essential that we analyze the solutions which we have with them and support them and manage the community so that they can have a better life. I was quite happy by the immersion trip which we did yesterday. I was happy at how the rural communities have been strengthened by the skill, by giving them the communication holding, hand holding, I would say. It was absolutely, because whenever I work with indigenous communities and whenever I work with local communities, I see their struggle, and the struggle is so real. The struggle is in communication, the struggle is in learning. Till 10th or 12th, they hardly manage somehow to pass, and there are community leaders around which help them do that, making them help pass 12th. But after the 12th, what is it? So I recently, for a story on sacred groves, I visited Wayanad. So that is when I realized that the dropout rates in Wayanad region, especially to the PVTG tribals, primitive tribal groups, are more. So when I interviewed one of them, he said, ma'am, I have taken commerce because I thought it would be easy because I don't want English in that. But when I went into the details and the depth of the subject is when I understood I cannot do it. And he's left his education, and there are many out there who has left their education and are struggling with Narega jobs which are there, 100 days of sure income, and then they work in coffee plantations and that's all. So I think skilled work like how Deshpande Foundation is doing should be extended beyond to all these tribals also. And coming to the sacred groves, I actually went for a study to learn about the sacred groves. I wanted to see how their worship is now. So you forget the worship, they really don't have food to eat. The PDS rations which they eat are now lessened. They get around 3 to 5 kg, 3 kgs per person. And it is very sad at that part that in Wayanad tribals, they actually, what they do is they drink black tea in the morning. I actually had made a list or a tabular column asking people what do they eat in the morning, afternoon and evening. So what they told me was they drink black tea in the morning, they have black tea in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock they have black tea with some kind of a mixture in it, and evening is when they eat rice. If they have some leftover rice in the night, that is what they eat in the morning. So the stark reality of situations down is very sad, I would say. And coming to sacred groves, all of them had larger proportions of sacred groves when forests were there. Now they have been put out of the forest. The forests have become towns, I would say. The forests have got converted into towns, and whenever I ask them, they say, "Ye sab jungle hi tha, abhi koi jungle hai hi nahi." So they were all forests, and what they say is, "Ma'am, there is no food available, so how do we light lamps in our sacred groves? How do we find money for oil to light the lamps in the sacred groves?" So sacred groves have also shrunk. They also need money to run. So worship has also gone. Worship in the sense, it is not worship. They actually worship not like us. They worship trees. They have created a grove with lot of trees in it, and they have got special trees. One of the trees were named Koli tree, which is very important in their worship. They are all latex based trees, is what I found out from my research. And they have got many other trees as well, which are very important for them. They have got their own significance of worshipping them. But there are many people who have come into their land and captured that land, so that the area of the sacred groves is shrunk, and thereby there are a lot of problems innate in all communities when we actually deep down go into them and look at them. Thank you.
Thank you. Oftentimes what we do to humans is what we do to the plants, and what we do to the plants is what we do to humans, right? Just like we have forgotten communities among humans, we have forgotten the same communities among plants as well. And whenever I go to field visits, I often realize that farmers are also beginning to have this technology mindset, like I press one button, a problem should get solved. Right? I put a more stronger dose of, let's say, a synthetic chemical, but then my pest gets solved. So in this kind of a scenario, you are promoting and building also solutions that are looking at microbial communities, right? So what kind of, if you want to for a farmer to look at this kind of a transition, right, where the solutions immediately don't work, because they're used to that kind of one-click kind of solutions. What is the kind of transition you see when they start to move in from, let's say, a synthetic pesticides to a microbial solution?
Well, first of all, I think sustainability professionals also have to look at sustainability with a different angle. So we are talking of one part of the sustainability where we are talking of the environment, ecosystem, everything. But then the onus goes to the farmers or the field workers as a primary target who are supposed to work on sustainability and bring the sustainability. But the challenge is their day-to-day sustainability itself is on a threshold. So if you tell them, okay, do this transition, and in a couple of years there are bright days coming ahead, your productivity will improve, soil will improve, all said and done, what they are going to do for these couple of years, they are already on the edge, right? And even they don't know after 2 years what will happen. Then to counter that, we fall into a different trap of trying to get them a premium on the produce, and market is a different beast. And we really, even those who are proposing this, don't have too much control of the market on that premium. So now that's the catch-22 situation. So as a solution, we have to bring in alternates which will give a seamless transition. And maybe not achieving 100% in one go, but maybe getting into that 50-60% level, get the confidence of the farmers. Second thing is, if you look at the way, I would define it like this way. There is 1% kind of farmers who are willing to put all the efforts, kind of missionary. They will take any kind of pain, anything, but they are passionate. Anyway, they don't need anybody else to go. They fight their own battle and they are there for themselves. There are 5% people, those if given a reasonable solution, you are willing to switch and do the experiment, subjected to the survival is not at stake. Another 10%, probably with a small incentive, if it works, they are willing to come on a bandwagon. Rest 35% are always monkey see, monkey do. Unless they see this happening and a lot of things happening, they will not bandwagon. So I would say leave the 1%, you don't need them. They will make their Deshpande arc, they will put the effort, they are ready to work for 20 hours and be satisfied with even the small returns. Now, what this 5% and for them what we can do, right? Now here coming to the solution part. Unfortunately, with the chemical approach or the microbial approach, the microbial and the alternate approach had been trying to mimic the chemical approach. That's the biggest trouble. Because now you are trying to play cricket with the rules of football or football with the rules of cricket. You can never actually win the game. And I think we have fallen into that trap, right? So now you see the articles coming of what is the role of P, K, N, each individual element as if they are going to work wonders.
When you call them a biofertilizer.
And then you termed something microbial solution as biofertilizer. They are neither fertilizer. They are not fertilizer. They have got much more role to play, a different role to play altogether. So all that, then on the regulatory side also, for every microbe you take permission. It was very simple. If you have already identified at least these 50 microbes are safe, create a list of generally regarded as safe, and whatever consortia a manufacturer wants to give in a good formulation, let him experiment and give good solution. Because microbes don't work in isolation. They work as a team. So in a soil, you can't give one microbe and see magic happening. At the same time, if the same soil is enriched with multiple kind of symbiotic microbes, they will work wonders. And do you expect a farmer to really go and buy 20 different products and put in? His budget will offshoot. The whole logistics and all mechanisms are poor. And worst thing what government has done, or rather I would not say government, the regulations have done, they've tried to define microbes only on the number of microbes in the bottle. So that is only one very small aspect of a microbial solution. So in the whole race, there is very little but a farmer can differentiate between the products. That's another trouble. So now what's the solution out of it? Solution has to be, microbes has to be combined together and delivered in limited number of products so that farmers can use it. Instead of trying to teach farmers, another very interesting aspect, everybody goes and tries to tell farmers, say this is trichoderma viride. It takes them 10 days to first of all learn the term trichoderma. Then you will say this is pseudomonas and all the complex names. And we expect farmers to learn all the products, all the names, and figure out identify all problems and try to find out a solution for that. Can you look at human health like that? No, we are dealing with life science. It has to be a holistic approach. That if you have these balances, this is going to take care of your 90% of the problem. Rest is or 80% of the problem. And this has to be done without increasing the budget, without depleting the productivity, and managing the profitability. Unless a solution like this is given to the farmers, you don't expect the shift to happen. Otherwise, I jokingly say, same set of 100 people get in every meeting, discussing the same thing. Neither the canvas is expanding, nor the solution actually trickling down.
But the same thing is happening even in the bioregion space, right? Like we are all used to idea of one wonder solution, right? One value chain solution that has scaled up and is promoted as a success story. How do you challenge that mindset?
See, something as complex as sustainability or what we are looking at, climate or biodiversity collapse, or the economy or the farming transition or the rural livelihoods transition, these are not isolated. You can't solve it like an equation. It's not like you solve one part of the puzzle and you're done, right? If you have to address farming systems, you have to understand that farming systems are part of your lived culture out there. They were also your Bitcoin engine for the village, right? The produce every year was fresh Bitcoins, if you will, right? It actually kick-started an economy. It was not the economy every year. The village or a cluster of village could produce 50 different products that were related to the biodiversity that you had. Today you've lost all of that. You're trying to look at markets elsewhere. Like, I call it the elsewhere problem. Your solutions come from elsewhere. Your expertise comes from elsewhere. If you have to get a job, that's elsewhere. The knowledge for that jobs comes from elsewhere. The raw materials comes from elsewhere. Then you produce waste, that goes elsewhere. Right? This magical elsewhere doesn't exist. The answer is in your place, and it's all of these components are.
And the success also goes to elsewhere.
Because success goes elsewhere, right? The answers lie in your bioregion. You evolved with your region, your agricultural region for millennia. Your food, your culture, your farming systems, your language, your understanding of seasons, everything is interconnected. You cannot not understand, not believe in your land, not respect your land, and expect to solve these problems. Right? These are very, very deeply connected. So, as a simple example, even the first order, the economics order is what people understand in the here and now. All of these things are very abstract. Most of these clusters do not look at themselves as a market. When we started doing a quick analysis, it turns out that even a remote panchayat in Jharkhand with just 200 households is spending over 1 crore buying vegetables. There's your biodiversity, there's your answer. And if you, by the way, if you produce your vegetables for your farmers, for your own neighbors and your own family, then you will start doing better on how you produce it. You understand soil microbes instinctively. You understand soil biology instinctively. You understand what chemicals do instinctively. Right? If you start looking at the 3 crores that an average panchayat constituents in Kolar are spending on poultry, you start understanding the value of backyard poultry. The losses are crazy. People are buying 47 lakhs of toothbrushes in a panchayat in a year. You know, the list goes on and on and on. A panchayat's economy is worth crores. FMCG understands that. But village India does not understand its own power, its own value. We saw one example of realizing your own value and your creativity earlier today, right? But that applies to everything a village does. Look at your consumption basket. Look at your land. Believe in it. Look at the plethora of skills you had. Build around that, not technology and ideas. I mean, you need help from all of this. But the foundational layer is an understanding of your land. And that's what bioregionalism is really around.
No, I think this is a good segue to look at Dr. Lakshmi from what you shared with me about the Kaipard rice, right? So one of the problems in dealing with the elsewhere is how do we bring community-based decision-making structures, right? We have lost that, right? If you look at the panchayati studies also, the structures and the powers are also been dwindling. So maybe, to bring in some bit of optimism, why don't you share how the community elders took initiatives to revive the Kaipad rice in Kerala, which you've been documenting very deeply. Maybe that also could be an example of how do we strengthen those community decision-making structures.
Kaipad is a variety of rice which is grown in the coastal regions of Kannur in Kerala. So the speciality of the rice is that it is grown in a clayey soil which is very difficult to manage, and it has got around 4 or 5 months prior cultivation process, pre-processing which is happening for the soil itself. So there is water up to the knee level or more than that, more water when the rice becomes ripe. So what happens is that water completely has been drained off, and the clay soil becomes very hard. So in that hard rock, you have to actually gather it into a mound, and when the first rain happens is when you have to sow the seeds there, and then the seeds grow there with the minimum amount of rain, which is not happening now. It is erratic rainfall, so they find it very difficult to raise the seedlings there. And after that, when the rain happens is when they actually go in boats in those regions and pluck the seedlings, and then they actually throw it to distant parts because it is so difficult walking or traveling on the clay soil. So the Kaipad rice has dwindled, I would say. There is not much of rice cultivation happening at all there. So I met one agricultural scientist there in Kannur region. She actually, I worked on a story with them. So she actually, when around 10 years back, when she actually started working on this rice, is when we started communicating, and she actually, with PPP partnership with the farmers, she actually found out the problems with the current rice varieties there, because once they come big, they will be very heavy, the grains will be very heavy, and they will lodge down back into the water, and the yield will be lost. So that is when they all, in partnership in farmers' fields, they worked out and they devised around, they found out around 4 or 5 varieties which are actually good. They hold, the rice doesn't bend down, the panicle strength is good, there are many tillers happening. And this was actually put back into the farmers' fields, and now they get good yields. But even then, when they get good yields, there are much more problems associated with it. She tried creating a group for them called the Malabar Kaipad Farmers Society, wherein they bring all the rice together and they help sell the rice. But the problem is not that. It's not in selling the rice. They have good demand everywhere. You put it in Amazon, it is just sold off like quick cakes, I would say. But the problem is getting the farmers cultivated. The problem is having labor's availability there. The problem is having people working there in this kind of situations where they have to actually have a skill in working in these clayey soils. So community management has helped, but then there are lot of other factors also which actually turn around in accelerating the growth, I would say. So that is where I think we would need more help, more devising new equipments, I would say. She is already on the pathway to devise new equipment, so help in that manner. And this is the story about the Kaipad regions.
Thank you. I think it's these stories often don't get really documented in terms of, and I think it's great that you are able to get down to the reality of what is happening in. Now, Manohar, I wanted to also touch upon this aspect of when Samir was talking about the elsewhere problem, right? Where we treat the problems as elsewhere. So one of the things that really fascinates me in the products that you offer, right, among the various solutions is also the aspect of self-defense through a bio-wall kind of a solution. Right? Today, I don't see any player in the market who are trying to bring in microbes into the market. Talk about self-defense, also that there is ways where the plants can gain their self-defense. Can you talk more about that, and why is it that we don't see such kind of products are also emerging in, which don't necessarily say that you have to bring in some inputs from outside for the plants? Right? Because that's another way of what the elsewhere problem is saying. Rather than bringing in some other inputs, some other solutions to come in to add to the nutrients, we bring the soil robust enough to deal with it. How is it that really working out?
Well, there's one interesting aspect. Till now we were talking of sites. The primary problem happened because if you go to, say, Amazon or any platform, and if you look at the product categories, you will see pesticide, we'll see fertilizers, we'll see plant grade regulator PGRs. But if you look at where do you place this product, if you give a product which is going to enhance the plant immunity and improve the soil, it's still soil conditioner, you have got certain category. But if you look at plant immunity booster or plant immunity enhancer, there is no such category to communicate also to the farmers. And if you log into Krishi Darshan in the morning, you know what you hear. So that is one thing where it is lost. But why it is more relevant even today, is, see, for pest and disease still you can say, okay, I've got a pesticide. But with the kind of climate change we are seeing, with the kind of extreme weather events we are seeing, you need to have a plant being more resilient. You don't have a choice. Right? Now, plant resilience and plant immunity are integrated. If the plant is strong and robust and soil is good, then only it can be resilient, otherwise not. Right? So we are seeing so many cases now, whenever there are extreme weather conditions, then a plant given with proper doses of maybe products like silica and maybe certain microbial combinations, if they are treated with that and given with the proper nutrition, they are able to sustain these extreme weather conditions in a much better manner, thereby giving a lot of control to the farmers. If that happens, what is not happening is a very difficult question to answer. Though efforts are going on at multiple levels, But the concept being new, everybody is a bit lost. People are lost at whether it will work or not, how it will work. Second thing is it has to be given as a combination. So single product cannot enhance the immunity. Now till now if you look at the agriculture space, and if you look at even the way the agriculture universities conduct the trials, it is all single product based. You take one product, they will test it out. But this strategy will work with multiple or combination of products, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like we have created something with a 6 product kit, which brings in that solution. But it has to be given in synergy, which work together and bring in the magic, not as a product in isolation. That is another challenge that people are facing, or rather from the market dynamics perspective. So how to position it, how to get it tested, are the roadblocks and probably one of the challenges I can see in pushing it.
No, at one level, if I really push that thought to you, right? The fact that there are no categories for a product that brings self-resilience is not surprising, right? Because for almost decades, we've been conditioned with the idea that rural India exists to serve the urban India. And one of the reasons where we look at the whole topic of bioregion is to actually to break that distinction that there is something called as a rural India, which is giving away its resources for the benefit of a very small 6 city, like Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, and that city, right? So from that kind of an exploitative relationship of urban India taking its benefits and giving away some small pittance, right? What has been your experience when this has shifted? When the villages are saying, I don't want you to come and take my resources and give me a pittance, right? What has been that kind of shift, and what have been your stories in which you have seen that shift happen among rural India?
So, taking on from his example, I don't think there's a one-size-fits solution to anything. What works in Kerala and what works in Kodagu and Himachal and the Northeast and Odisha and Telangana will all be different. Because all of these regions were different, their crops were different, their livelihoods were different, they evolved different strategies, they evolved different mechanisms. I'm sure the plants did it too. And so did human societies. That's why we call these cultures, right? Just like curd is not set using the same culture across the country, right? These solutions are not going to be set using the same mechanisms, top-down imaginations of what the solutions are. They have to be evolved bottom-up. And when people start to understand their place, they start to understand, hey, you know what, my nutrition problem has this gap, and where people have started nutrition gardens and the experiment in Dr. Reggie and his team have done, they've actually managed to keep health problems at bay for a 500-strong community very easily. People have created livelihoods out of better soil and water. Akshay Kalpa is a dairy company that we funded. But dairy is a byproduct of great water security, fodder security, and great soil. So you get dairy as an outcome, but you're actually working on good first principles. So if you start to understand first principles, if you start to improve the soil, also at the level of the human construct of your understanding of a place, of your ownership of your place. We don't own our villages and our cities anymore. Right? So once that ownership sets in, we start to understand it. I think the solutions have come in so many ways, in so many places. There are good examples. It's not yet the mainstream. So that's the gap right now.
Yeah, and it's not yet mainstream is also probably, it's one reason why this panel is very interesting, right? Because all of you have certain ways of shifted your careers also, in some sense, when this shift also has happened. So I'm just curious to kind of switch gears to a slightly a personal side, right? When you start to look at these things, these aspects of communities and all of them, I'm curious to understand how have they sort of influenced your own life? Like this understanding, in what ways has it influenced your life? This aspect of looking at these relationship between a micro and macro, and also building these communities. In what ways they have resulted in some changes in your own life that you can see? Maybe from you, yeah.
Very interesting question. Because it says a lot of my life, which I have actually come through. I did my agriculture, I passed my doctorate, and I went back. I was in Kerala and South India at that point of time, and moving to Delhi was a very different scenario for me. the spaces in Kerala are very different from the spaces in Delhi. So I could experience a different kind of living there, where you live in 100 square feet houses, where you really don't have windows at the back, and we have only windows at the back and front. Where in Kerala, every room had 3 or 4 set of windows, where every morning I open the windows, it's a new possibility for me. So it's all green, and I'm going back to Delhi, where so it is actually, that shift has actually influenced me a lot to see regions. I would say it's very perspective of the talk which we are having. The bioregions have changed for me from Kerala to Delhi, and I took a small career break, wherein that has actually influenced my thoughts. And at a very micro level, if you would analyze my life, I would say that break has actually helped me focus on my priorities that I have lost. I would say focus on my hobbies that I have lost. To create a kind of stress management techniques, where the too much of studies and too much of work was giving a kind of stress, where I knew I just needed to slow down a little bit and manage my stress, and indulge in some kind of activities more than what academics give you, like photography. I'm a photographer too, so I indulge in photography. I indulge in gardening. On the little spaces in Delhi, I would make it a forest. So that has actually influenced me at my micro level. So at the macro level, when I analyzed, am I doing the right thing in this, or is it this what I am going to do with my studies, what I have done? So I thought I should extend my hand more into the community, and that is when the farmers market started happening in Delhi, and many of my friends were farmers, and they wanted help in extending an arm out and spreading the word about it and helping them set farmers markets. So I think in 2011, when farmers markets came in Delhi, I was all around helping people there to help them and see them, and even spread word about them, and ask people to actually go find clean food and start using them for their better health. So that is the micro level community management, I would say. And that has actually influenced me, that period with the farmers, and that period of not working has actually influenced me to look at transformations, and that is when opportunities came, and I started working in sustainability transformations. Then from there to being an editor, from there to being a storyteller, and there to being the founder of the Diverse Local, wherein I focus on human ecology, I focus on food, I focus on culture, and I think we have got an innate connection with all these things, along with development, along with education, along with skilling. We need this kind of a bond which we actually can't describe, but it is there.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Manohar, from you were earlier selling antivirus software, and then how did you come into microbes? I mean, actually, it's very interesting, antivirus to microbes.
Yeah, from the computer viruses to the plant viruses and bacteria and all other aspects. It is very humbling, in fact. While doing IT security, we used to think, or at least I used to think, that I'm very intelligent. I know so much about IT security, cyber security, and all the seminars, all well-heeled guys, and meeting everybody. But the moment I started understanding the complexities of farming and the world around it, then it was like that was a class 2 problem which I was solving, and this is all of a sudden I am into a graduate and a postgraduate class, and I don't know how to handle it. And more we had been reading, more we had been going deeper into it. Even we don't know how many variables we are dealing with.
Yeah.
There at least problem solving is limited, because reasonably these are the variables. You sort out and the problem gets sorted out. It's matter of time, maybe 2 days or 7 days, 10 days. You don't take more than that time to crack a problem. But here, you can probably end up spending your whole life and still solving only a few parts of the problem and to understand. So that made me humbler, and that made me respect the farmers and the community much more. As you rightly said, we had taken rural India or the farmers for granted, assuming, and we have degraded, because if you look at bachpan mein kya bola jata tha, kind of a thing, padega nahi to kya kheti karega. So like that was as if
that's
a lower end thing.
It's the other way around. Well, if you don't do this, you will have to do farming which is so much intelligent. You will have to put so much effort over there to be prepared, kind of a thing. So the kind of respect farming should have been given has not been given up.
Samir, you wrote a lot of code in your past life. If this current Samir were to talk to that old Samir who wrote a lot of code, what would you first thing would say?
No, that doesn't exist anymore. So, I mean, I bought a farm. I'm trying to trust more and more the land and my ability to work with the land more than I trust my stock market investments. So hopefully I can find my answers more there than there.
Beautiful. Thank you. We all strive to trust our own land and our own roots, and I think that's where makes this sector a very, very exciting sector. Thank you very, very much for taking the time and traveling all the way to come and speak in this panel. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Check. Thank you so much. Lovely having all of you here. Would now request Mr. Ritesh Patil, founder Common Sense Screening, to please join us on stage to felicitate our panelists and the moderator. Beautiful conversation, while we also drew attention towards the importance of first principles. We also are dealing with governments that are spending hundreds and thousands of crores in fertilizer subsidy. And that's the irony that we have to deal with today. And yes, last time somebody asked me, what would you tell your younger self that was younger to you by 10 years? I had to look around and say that he wouldn't listen to me. So beautiful. Thank you so much. It was a lovely, lovely conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Venki. Thank you, Samir. Beautiful. The sun that rose in the morning will set for sure in the evening. As we come closer to the closure of this beautiful evening, we are getting closer to the last panel. But before that, I think it's also time to understand and become familiar with another local story. I believe solutions emerge very organically when siblings come together to find a solution. I've seen quite a few examples in Nizamabad itself, and today we're going to be sharing with you another such instance where siblings came together, two girls came together, two sisters came together, and they said, we will define our destiny and we will make sure that our family changes the way it looks at life. People who know them already. Let me invite on stage Alekhya and Purnashri to share their story with all of us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alekhya Bejanki, and she is my younger sister Purnashri Bejanki. And I would like to share a short story. Imagine a town famous for its temples, clay idols, and filled with greenery. Now, imagine a middle-class family living in the same town with 4 daughters. The father works as a private electrician and the mother works as a BD roller. Despite their financial troubles, the parents work very hard to provide everything for their children. As the daughters grow up, they start understanding their family situation and want to support their family financially. Yes, this is the story of many girls from the middle class family, right?
So here it is our real life story. We belong to Korutla, which is in Jagatyal district. Our parents raised us from childhood without any deficiency, even though they had gone through many difficulties to nurture our lives. Also, we used to face many problems with our house, mainly in rainy season, that because it was old one and the roof is not in a good condition, the rain water flew into home. It was a worst scenario. That's why our parents had dreamt of build a new house, but they can't afford it as their earning was enough only for the survival of our family, where they can't save their earnings to construct a new house.
Yeah, at that time, when I was in BCom final year, I was looking for an opportunity to support my family financially and to build a house with all, with good condition, right, with all the facilities, right. When I was in BCom final year, I got to know about this Kakatiya Sandbox, they're providing one program. So I pursued Kautilya Fellowship Program, and after that I worked as a mobilization executive at Kakatiya Sandbox. Then I went back to my native for my post-graduation. I got an opportunity as a lecturer there in NSB Degree and PG College. I worked for 2 years there as a commerce lecturer. Then I got an opportunity to work with Kakatiya Sandbox again after 2 years working with NSB Degree College. So I came back to Kakatiya Sandbox, and now we are very happy to be here. And now our family also feeling very happy because we are being stable financially now. Yes.
As my sister, I also wanted to support my family financially. When I completed my graduation, I was looking for an opportunity where I can do it for my family. At the right moment, my sister has suggested me to join in Kakatiya Sandbox. Then I decided to be part of this. I joined in Kakatiya Sandbox as a Skill Plus trainer last year, and after an year, now I promoted as a Jagitial cluster head. So now our family is very much happy with our support, and we made our parents' dream to become reality. Now we had our own new house. So this is all happened with the efforts of all our family members. Here we are also very lucky to have such kind of parents who is being encouraged us in every aspect at all the time.
Yes, I want to share one more thing. Generally in society, if the family has 3 or more girls, 3 or 4 girls or more girls in the family, then everyone will criticize the parents and ask them to spend the money on their marriage, rather than spending on their education, right? But our story is an example that everyone can dream big and break the boundaries to their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right, so would like to invite Manish on stage to just tell them that what you're doing is fabulous. Just continue doing that. But please do make a promise that you will talk about this to a lot of people so that they get to do this as well. Right? I came across a lot of panelists 15 minutes before they went on stage. They were going through their points. They were scribbling. They wanted to talk to the moderator to understand what is the question that's going to come their way. And this girl, Purnashi, was scrolling through her Instagram. She was not even close to anything that resembled nervousness. And I think that's the confidence that they come with to win the world. Thank you so much for being yourself. Continue doing that. Manish, please. think we need to teach the generation that strength is not just muscle. I think they need to know that strength is not just muscle. Strength is the way in which you deal with the situations that you are in. Manish, all yours.
One line. I'm incredibly blessed to have teammates like them who are not only changing the way the society looks at women, but also how the companies, organizations look at women and how productive they could be, how shining example they could be to make the organizations go near heights. Thank you.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the best. Thanks, sir. Thank you, thank you. Now it's time for the final panel when we're getting down to business. Ideas are great, teams are fabulous, but before we make it reality, paise kaun de raha paise? That's the question we're trying to answer right now. So we're talking about unlocking capital for startups from rural and semi-urban India. We spoke about access to capital, and I think this is one panel that will shed a lot of light on what can we do to make that accessible so that their ideas become reality. So as moderator, we have Karthik Rampalli. He's a venture capitalist at Beyond Next Ventures. He's also co-founder and global strategy advisor at MEX Scholars Association. Lovely having you here. Okay, thank God. I thought something else. I was looking for ice cubes in it. Thank God there are no ice cubes inside that. Lovely. That's Karthik for you. We also have Hanisha Vaswani, the managing partner at Majority. She's also an ICT 4D specialist at International Funding for Agriculture Development. She's an early stage impact investor and handles early stage investments at the World Food Program Innovation Accelerator. Lovely having you here. Then we have Ajay Jain. Ajay Jain is the co-founder and managing partner, Silver Needle Ventures.
Manish is not available. Karthik Varada is filling in his place. Himanshu is coming.
Perfect. Right. Okay. My bad. Papa. Himanshu Jain is our next panelist joining us here on stage. He's the founder and CEO of Khayal, which is a super app for senior citizens. Okay, finally somebody is talking about them. Khayal has over 9 lakh seniors on the platform and has won the Google Play Award for the best app for good. Thank you. Good. He loves building in the space of impact. His last startup, Diabito, was acquired by US MNC Livongo, which later merged with the largest telemedicine platform, Teladoc, for $18.5 billion. Right? He has also invested in over 50 plus startups in US and India and helps as an advisor to many. He comes with experience over 15 years in building products and scaling them up. So I would request the moderator to call upon our fourth panelist, please.
So the fourth panelist is also another Karthik, and he's a dear friend of mine and a colleague. And today he'll be filling in for Ajay Jain, but he's no less than a fantastic venture capitalist and an impact investor. So please put your hands together for Karthik Varda.
Karthik. There we go. I asked you yesterday. He said, no, I'm not going on stage. Finally, this is happening.
I was only told 3 hours ago.
Good. Please. The stage is all yours. I haven't yet started this timer. You can settle. I'll give you the mic. Make sure it's working. Right. Great. Thank you so much. Time's all set. That's your timer. That's your panel. That's the audience. Tell us, how do we get money?
The simplest answer to that is send us an email or give us a call. We'll always be happy to help. So let's try to dig into those details. But firstly, I would sincerely like to thank the organizers and the sponsors of the event for having us here. It's an incredible honor to be in the presence of legends like Raju Reddy Garu, Fani Garu, etc. And so let's just do a quick round of self-introductions so that our audience knows who we are. And let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Hanisha Vaswani. I am setting up a fund called Majority to invest in startups that create better livelihoods using technology. But in my previous roles, as Harish mentioned, I've worked with a couple of UN agencies. One is called the International Fund for Agricultural Development, where I was the ICT for D for lead for the Asia Pacific region. Before which I was at the World Food Program Innovation Accelerator, investing in startups globally based out of Munich. And before that, been with the startup industry pretty much all my career. So worked in places like Tata Click, Airtel Money, Make My Trip as product manager and digital marketer. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Himanshu, may I request you to go next?
Yeah, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak up here. I'm very happy to be here because, you guys have been such a nice host and I love this town. But just to give you a bit of my background, I am a serial entrepreneur. I've built and sold my last company, as you guys saw in the introduction. I'm currently building a company called Khayal, which is a community-based platform for the elderly. And we have actually crossed 1 million seniors on the platform. And I think the number which was in the introduction was an old number. But yeah, we are growing very popular among the seniors. And would love to interact with you all. Thanks.
Is your tagline "Kabhi kabhi mere dil mein khayal aata hai"? How many times did people approach you with this line?
This is a very famous song in the Khayal community. Seniors actually sing this song for us.
Oh, I just took a shot in the dark.
No, but
glad that it hit a bullseye. So Karthik, please go next.
Hi, Karthik here, and as Himanshu and Hanisha has mentioned, thanks everyone, everyone at the Development Dialogue, the Kakatiya Sandbox, and the Deshpande Foundation for putting together this event. It's truly inspiring to learn from the sisters that were here before and from the other entrepreneurs that were previously students from earlier cohorts of the Kakatiya Sandbox program, etc. So it's been a great learning opportunity. A bit about myself is that I work with Beyond Next Ventures. We are a early stage venture capital firm investing in deep tech startups. What that means is that we invest in startups that are working on commercializing science and technology inventions created at labs and bringing these inventions from the lab bench to the real world in form of useful products and services that solve relevant problems in the society. For example, in healthcare, drug discovery, agriculture, climate change, IoT systems, so on and so forth. The moderator, Karthik Rampalli, is also from the same fund, and he'll talk more about what we do later. That's one track, and prior to this, I was in the world of impact I've been in the world of impact investing for about 8 years now. I used to work for a philanthropic organization where we've done a lot of impact investment work in India, Southeast Asia, and mainly in Myanmar and other neighboring countries. In addition to that, I also have an academic journey in impact investing where I studied this subject for my master's and PhD. So apologies in advance if I get into that lecturing mode later on, but that's my background. Thank you.
And I don't think I'll be able to live up to the hype of the other Karthik who spoke in the morning and this Karthik who's in our presence. And just to introduce myself a little bit, I'm Karthik Rampalli. I work for Beyond Next Ventures as well. And I moved to Japan when I was 18. I received a full scholarship to study there. Did my undergrad in computer science and machine learning, worked with a few startups, mostly in the deep tech space again, and ended up working for a bunch of corporate VC funds in Japan, helping them deploy capital in the US and also in India. And then I've recently joined Beyond Next Ventures to focus on digital infrastructure and climate resilient agriculture. Enough about ourselves. I think it's time to address the elephant in the room, which is how do we unlock more capital for rural entrepreneurs? And if I had to borrow a word from last night's discussion, urbanization. And so I would like to open this panel by throwing a question to Himanshu, which is, I've heard about your investments in tier 2 entrepreneurs. Would love to hear, some of the stories about like what hardships they went through and any real world experience and the mentorship that you've provided to them. So if it would be great if you could touch upon that.
Sure, thanks. So yeah, I mean, after my last exit, I actually ended up investing in a startup which was, researching on oral cancer, which could be detected through your saliva. And this guy, I met him at a similar conference like this in Aurangabad. And, he was a simple guy, very innovative. He sent me his research without even signing an NDA and told me that, since you have an experience in medtech, can you help me? Can you mentor me? So it was that just one ask, of like when you go to an investor, the first thing is that you should ask them for help. And that is, a very courageous step. So, I mean, when you are an entrepreneur, you should, you have to have courage to ask. So this guy came up to me, asked me that, I have this idea and I want to save lives of so many people. So I said, this looks very interesting. I went to a couple of my friends who were oncologists and dentists, and I figured out that, this was a legit research. So I ended up investing small amount of money. I actually flew him down to Bombay and, sat with him, created like a business plan and helped him, figure out what, how could we achieve like a monetization model. So, with the small money that I had invested, he was able to at least publish that research in a medical journal. And from there, he ended up also raising some amount of capital for his clinical trials. And this could eventually, he was able to then patent it. But unfortunately, he did not get enough support from investors because his, his vicinity was just limited to Nagpur as a small area. But then, I mean, he could have actually gone out, maybe, tapped into deep tech investors like you all to, fund him. So I feel at times there are these challenges that, entrepreneurs face where they don't have enough support from the ecosystem, and also they are not aware about these kind of things. Plus, there are various ways to actually fund your startup. So there needs to be some amount of guidance, continuous guidance, which needs to be given to entrepreneurs who are coming out from rural areas, who are very, very innovative and, could possibly change the world. So I feel, very blessed to have invested in that, although I don't intend to make money out of it, but it was to basically, support the spirit of entrepreneurship and at the same time, the spirit of innovation. So yeah, that's a small story from there.
Awesome. That's thanks a lot for sharing that with us. I do have a similar story, which probably covers the other side of the coin, where the entrepreneur was able to break out of the town and then they managed to scale it beyond India, beyond a couple of continents. So at Beyond Next Ventures, we invested in a startup called. So we technically invest in most of the unsexy sectors, which typical VCs shy away from investing. So we invested in a PCB manufacturing company, which has eliminated almost 95 to 98% of the water from the manufacturing process, which is making it a green zone business instead of a red zone business. We've also invested in, drug discovery platforms, drug delivery mechanisms, medical devices, hardware startups, and so on and so forth. And in our climate resilient agriculture theme, we've invested in one fantastic company called EF Polymer. The CEO, Puran's here. Could you kindly stand up? Yeah. And I like to do a show and tell rather than just talking about this. So kindly focus on this beaker right here. So this is soil and water put together without the polymer. And this one is the polymer mixed in. So the soil is able to hold water. And so the use case that they went after was this company started off in a tier 3 district called Rajsamand in Rajasthan. And they didn't have access to all the resources which all the other cutting edge startups would have if had they started in a tier 1 city. But the inspiring story is, the founders saw that their parents were also from a farming background, from an agriculture background. So they noticed that, they experienced the problem firsthand and they invented a world-class polymer with the limited resources that they had. The way we helped them was, before we invested, there was this program being run by a university called Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology in Japan, and EF Polymer was like the 2 out of 500 startups that got selected for their grant program. And the grant gave them a lot of opportunities in both cash and kind, where they received a full cutting-edge, full laboratory in Okinawa with all the latest, like machines and technologies to do the R&D. And they also got a professor that got assigned to them, and they were able to develop the next generation of polymers from there on. And now we're helping them set up supply chains in Thailand, in France, in the US, in Japan, and other parts of the world. And the polymer is a fantastic hit because it can help you in reducing your irrigation costs by roughly 50%. Puran, please correct me if I'm wrong when people come and ask you for the correct numbers. I'm just giving you the approximate numbers. And the second big impact is they're able to increase the yield by roughly 50 to 100% depending on the crop. So for example, in case of sugarcane, which is one of the cash crops of Nizamabad, the sugarcane shoot, the size of it increased by 50 centimeters, and the weight of the average shoot increased by half a kilogram. And this is a 100% biodegradable polymer. So after 6 months, when it disintegrates, the earthworms and everything, all the biodiversity in the soil is coming back to eat up the polymer. So that's one success story that I wanted to highlight, where initially they got the capital from the local communities and the entrepreneurs in Rajasthan who just wanted to support these enthusiastic folks with a great technology. And with that being said, just some numbers to impress you all, which is they've sold 200 metric tons so far. They've covered 40,000 acres of land in India, and approximately 1 lakh liters of water per acre have been saved. And 7,000 rupees of profit per acre has been generated for every farmer that has used EF Polymers product. And with that being said, I would love to pass the spotlight on to Hanisha. And in the morning, we heard comments about how youth has to become job givers and not job seekers, and migration from tier 2 towns to tier 1 cities, and how it's impacting the financial inclusion. So would love to understand what your take on that is, and how do you think communities can come together to unlock capital for opportunities in urbanization, and would love to hear some real life anecdotes from your experience.
Sure. If you look at it in one way, rural and semi-urban India has always been very resilient in terms of providing for itself. It's almost needed to be that way by definition. If we look at even the smallest thing that they have had to do, they've had to provide for themselves. We were running some numbers at Majority just to sort of build a deck for our limited partners to figure out the purchasing power of rural and semi-urban India. And even if I take the smallest example, say for example, what does someone from small town India spend on getting a job? So our best estimate, let's just take one potential government employer. Just Indian Railways in 1 year is making a pass-through income. I wouldn't call it an income, but job seekers are paying to the tune of about 400 crores per annum to the railways just to take the railways entrance exams. That's the kind of money at 500 rupees a head that the youth of rural and semi-urban India is paying to the government in order to even qualify to take the exam that will get them a job. Now, if we were able to take that sort of mentality and turn it around on its head and
how much was the number again?
400 crores.
Wow.
So, because like every year the railways publishes about like 100,000, like 1 lakh to 1,20,000 jobs, and about 1.2 crore people apply for it. and the average cost of the examination is about 500 rupees. That's just to take the exam. I mean, I'm sure they need to pay a lot more to get to the center, study for it, etc., etc. This is just the money that goes to the railways. So if we were able to use organizations such as Kakatiya Sandbox to inspire that same set of youth to become job creators rather than job seekers, and use even 1/10 of that money, pool it and do something to fund, say for example, if there are 15 good ideas amongst a cohort and even one idea gets funded from that, that's a base of capital nobody has even thought about. But even if you go one step beyond that, so I have at times worked with grant making organizations within the UN. I won't name names and projects per se, but we have seen a significant amount of success with, so say for example, even within grants. There are the kind of grants where you would give a grant to somebody and expect a project to be executed, and that's it. But if you took a portion of the grant given, so I won't name names, but in one state in India, we had a project to empower women farmers in order to make them more credit worthy. And the aim was to arrive at a 500 million type of number in a few years' time. Make this set of women farmers, about 1.8 million women farmers, credit worthy to the tune of them being able to receive $500 million in credit in about 5 years' time. But instead of, and we started off with a sum that was about a tenth of that, so to the tune of about 50 million. But the idea was, how do you use this 50 million to become a catalyzer for the remaining 450? And one way was to give them loans, show other banks that these people can take a loan and repay it. But we chose to use part of that money not only to give the loan, but also to create the data around that cycle of credit. Saying this set of people took a loan, repaid it, this is the order in which they repaid. So all that talk about us being a data poor country. So we chose to take some portion of our grant to create the data around the creditworthiness of the borrower, so that the next time round they could receive bigger loans from another lender. So perhaps another solution is, if the amount of capital available is low, to use a part of it understandably. I know it's counterintuitive to use a small amount, make it smaller and use a subset of it to collect data. But if you can create an evidence base to allow another larger funder to come by and gain greater confidence in the return profile of that investment, then it's worth a shot. At least it worked out pretty well for us. We were able to raise about a 350 million. So we were able to get that set about $350 million in loans on the basis of that initial $50 million investment. So
amazing. And Karthik, would you like to add something to these comments?
Sure, thank you. I wanted to pick up on, make some observations and start with one of the observations that Hanisha has just made. When in a case of, for example, if this is a group of female micro-entrepreneurs, and if we provide access to capital to them and also create evidence about the kind of output they are creating, what it essentially does is it's adjusting risk perceptions for the wider world. Until that evidence is there, a lot of folks might have been under an impression that investing in a certain market might be a bad idea, that you may not get your money back, that it is too risky, etc. For example, I'm sure a lot of people in the room know of this concept of microfinance. Professor Muhammad Yunus from Bangladesh has started that initiative. It's prevalent, I think at least in Andhra and Telangana area, it's widely prevalent. And of course, there are pros and cons of microfinance, and maybe we don't need to get into that today. But just as an example, the early efforts of Professor Muhammad Yunus and philanthropic organizations which supported the initial endeavor to test this idea that micro-entrepreneurs in rural parts of developing world are investable, that creating a self-help group around them is a great idea, has yielded great returns. For example, in my previous organization, we were doing some microfinance and we were looking at the numbers for how microfinance industry is evolving. Today, a small experiment with a few rural women entrepreneurs in Bangladesh has evolved into an industry where multiple billions of dollars are being deployed. Commercial organizations, Wall Street banks, impact investment funds, development finance institutions, government bodies, all of them have come together to build an industry once there is the evidence that it works. And the evidence was also rather strong. You know, there was good enough information to talk about the financial inclusion, in some cases poverty alleviation. But most importantly, there was also evidence that it actually is a sustainable business model. If you look at the default rates for microfinance today, they are under 1%. This default rate is much lower than the type of defaults that you would see for lending to large corporations in developed countries even. So there's great value to be had, and this experiment started by a few folks has created evidence that this value exists. And once this value was discovered, billions of dollars have come into this space. Having said that, you know, things are not all rosy. In fact, you know, if access to capital for a rural micro entrepreneur is sort of, I mean, it's still not solved for, but there are a lot of avenues available for such entrepreneurs in India. But what happens if they grow slightly beyond that? Let's say they go from a 2-people operation to a 20-people operation. They still have huge difficulty securing finance in rural and semi-urban India. If they somehow manage to go from the 20-people operation to a 100-people operation, let's say they're already profitable, they already have a good track record, good clients, etc., then banks are very happy to lend money to them because they already have the sort of credit history that a banks look for. So a person running a two-person operation has the money. People running 100% operations also have access to credit, but there is this missing middle. And that is a serious problem that unfortunately still do not have great solutions today. But some of the observations, having been in the space for a while, is that a lot can be done on multiple fronts. I would talk about 3 main things. First is awareness building. I think the development dialogue is a great example of that. There are amazing opportunities available for these relatively small-sized entrepreneurs in places like Nizamabad and other parts of North Telangana. But I honestly did not know about them. Being here, talking to these entrepreneurs is one way in which we can correct the risk perceptions and bridge the information gap. So we should thank the Kakatiya Sandbox for doing these events, and we should see more of these events coming together in the future. Bridge the information gap. Second thing is that the folks seeking capital, the entrepreneurs in these small areas, in these rural areas and semi-urban areas, need to also know which the correct doors are to knock on. For example, you know, not all, I work for a venture capital fund, but a lot of venture capital is a very specific type of capital. It does not work for all sorts of businesses. Similarly, taking loan from a bank also only works for a certain type of business in a certain context. So each business has very different types of funding needs. And the entrepreneur needs to sort of like reflect on what their specific funding needs are and then try to find the providers of capital who are able to bridge that gap for them. However, for example, if we take the case of EF Polymer that Ram has mentioned, in that case, Puran and his colleagues have applied to a lot of grant-making programs. They went from Rajasthan, and you know, I was speaking to some incubator in Hyderabad, and I was telling that EF Polymer is our portfolio company. And then they said, yeah, we know them. They're actually part of our incubation program. I went somewhere else in Bangalore, and they said the same thing. So EF Polymer was literally all over the country trying to bring together resources wherever they can find. And that eventually led them to Japan, venture funding, and scaling across multiple countries. So we need to, of course, try to figure out what the right doors are and knock on them. That's on the demand side. However, it's not a problem that can be solved for just by doing this. We need to do a lot of work on the supply side, on the capital allocator side, the ones sitting on the stage and off the stage and everywhere else in the world. For example, as I discussed, venture capital is a specific type of funding. Bank finance is a specific type of funding. But the needs of entrepreneurs are unlimited. You know, each entrepreneur has very unique needs. unfortunately, even though we can ask the entrepreneur to work hard to find the right provider, it's not so easy. So a lot of room is there for financial institutions to be a little bit more creative in their job. You know, a room being there to be innovative, to be entrepreneurial and create new types of funding instruments using blended finance, using some kind of development finance funding and blending commercial capital with development funding, etc. So that's a long conversation and there are interesting case studies across the world, but still a lot of room to grow in what capital providers can do. But so it's a concerted effort, and places like the Development Dialogue getting us together to brainstorm these ideas need to be there, and I hope we see them in all districts of the country.
Awesome, thank you. So maybe just to, summarize what all of us have said, if you want to start an organization and just limit yourself to like one particular geography and you don't want to have like more than 20 employees and you're just happy with that, you can reach out to folks like Himanshu, who can give you the angel funding or the initial set of capital. If you want to be between like, let's say 20 to 100 employees, then Hanisha and Karthik can show you different avenues of, like how can you unlock capital for that. But if you want to be disruptive, if you have strong IP, please give me a call. We would definitely love to help you in taking your solution from Nizamabad to a global stage. And I think Kakatiya Sandbox and the Development Dialogue program is equipped with the right poster boys. We've seen Raju Reddy do this a while ago, and we've seen Funny do this with Redbus very recently. And I hope we can find a third person or many more who can, bring out more success stories from Nizamabad and take it to a global stage. And I think we still have a couple of more minutes left. Does anybody have any questions, thoughts, or comments? Would love to open it up to the audience.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sri Devi. I am successful entrepreneur from Kakatiya Development Dialogue. I have some ideas about the food, but I have no money. But I have a lot of ideas. You know Moringa. Are you following me? Because I know less English. I know from English. Actually, I have a concept. So many people feel with the malnutrition. You know that. But I have the nutritional ideas. But you know the knowledge. You have the education also. But I have the idea. I know the practical knowledge. How to reach, I want to go the globalization. Because I will give the samples with the madam also. Lot of people wants the instant foods like Maggi, brew. I know the lot of ideas. You know Moringa, how is very powerful the Moringa. I know the without oil foods, just 20 to 30 varieties. Without uppu karam, English lo emantaro teliyadu.
Telugulo cheppandi parledu.
Yeah, బాగుంది. నా దగ్గర 18 నుంచి 20 వరకు మంచి ఐడియాస్ ఉన్నాయండి. వంట వితౌట్ మంట, ఉప్పు కారం లేకుండా మీరు కొన్ని పదార్థాలు చెప్తే నేను చేసి చూపెట్టగలుగుతాను. ఒక సన్నగా ఉన్న మనిషిని 20 days లో లావు చేయగలుగుతాను. 6 pack బాడీ ఒక 21 days లో తేయగలుగుతాను. బట్ నా దగ్గర జ్ఞానం ఉంది, ప్రాక్టికల్ ఉంది, డబ్బులు లేవు. నన్ను ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళాలి అని అంటే ఈ ప్రతిసారి మమ్మల్ని పిలుస్తారు, 4 ముక్కలు మాట్లాడిస్తారు, అది కాదు. మాకు కావాల్సింది ఏంటంటే మేము మీ దాకా చేరాలి అని అంటే ఒకటి పైసామే పరమాత్మ హే, యు నో దట్ మనీ ఈజ్ మేక్. అయితే ఏమంటారంటే మీరు పని చేయండి పైసలు అవే వస్తాయి అంటారు. నేను ప్రోడక్ట్ చేయడం కాదు. ఇప్పుడు నా దగ్గర ఖర్చు లేకుండా మీరు నాకు చేయదగ్గ సహాయము, నా కాన్సెప్ట్ని మీ యూట్యూబ్లోనో మీ డెవలప్మెంట్ డైలాగ్లోనో వచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరికీ చేరేలాగా చూడండి సార్, వాళ్ళే నా దగ్గరకు వస్తారు. So have you following me? I know the lot of ideas. Instant foods. For example, so many people with the diabetic. నేను డయాబెటిక్ ని కంట్రోల్ చేయగలుగుతాను. బీపీ కంట్రోల్ చేయగలుగుతాను. చిన్న పిల్లలకు ఉగ్గు అంటే ఆర్థిక స్తోమత లేని వాళ్ళకి, రూరల్ పీపుల్ కు ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఏ పదార్థాలు దొరుకుతాయో వాటిని ఉపయోగించి తయారు చేయగలుగుతారు. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి మీరు నాకు ఏ రకంగా హెల్ప్ చేయగలుగుతారు? ఐ థింక్ యు నో ద తెలుగు అన్నారు మీరు, అందుకే తెలుగులో మాట్లాడాను. నాకు మీ నుంచి బ్రిడ్జ్ కావాలి. ఈ మాటలు వేరు, చేతలు వేరు. ఐ వాంట్ ప్రాక్టికల్స్ ఫ్రమ్ యువర్. మీరు 4 కూర్చున్నారు, మీరంతా కూడా చక్కటి జ్ఞాన సముద్రం అంటాను నేనైతే ఈ తెలుగులో కదా. నాలెడ్జ్, మీరంతా ఒక ఏమంటారు నాలెడ్జ్, డివైన్ నాలెడ్జ్ మీ అంతా. అటువంటి మీరు నాలాంటి వాళ్ళ మామూలు వాళ్ళ మేమంతా కూడా కింద కూర్చున్న వాళ్ళం మా ఐడియాస్ని మీరు ఏ రకంగా ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయగలుగుతారు ఇన్స్టెంట్గా ఇప్పటికిప్పుడు మీకు నేను మ్యాగీ అంటారు కదా 2 minutesలో ఆయిల్ లేకుండా ఉప్పు కారం లేకుండా నేను బోల్డ్ అన్ని పదార్థాలు చేసి చూపెట్టగలుగుతాను సో ఐ నీడ్ యువర్ సజెషన్స్
Definitely. Firstly, please give her a big round of applause. That was the best elevator pitch I've ever heard in the last couple of months. And ఇక్కడ మాకు టైం అప్ అని మోగుతుంది సో
పర్వాలేదు నాకు అర్థమైంది కానీ నాకు సహాయం కావాలి
చేస్తాం
నన్ను ముందుకు
we will try our
తీసుకెళ్ళాలి.
best.
ఆ సహాయం మాకు కూడా కావాలి 21 daysలో 6 packs అన్నారు సో మీకు సహాయం కాదు మాకే సహాయం కావాలి మేమే మీ దగ్గరకు వస్తామండి రైట్ डन 21 days में 6 packs right what कर क्या रहे हो तुम लोग thank you so much ma'am thank you so much
Thanks a lot ma'am you know kindaki దిగిన తర్వాత we would definitely love to connect with you and amazing and firstly thanks a lot Harish for the fantastic introductions and
thank you so much
for having us on the stage and please give a big round of applause to the panelists one more time and yeah, I think that's the end of my time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Ankit Agarwal, founder of Happy Dental Hospitals, to felicitate our speakers and the moderator for really showing us that there is a reason why every currency has a different color, right? Different businesses need different kind of currencies. Know which door to knock, right? And keep talking, keep having this conversation because it's not like there is no money out there, but they want better value for their money and the way they evaluate is so interesting. Anisha's perspective of when we are giving money, keep some money aside to build the credibility so that you can attract more money. That's so beautifully said. I think that's something that's going to be a major takeaway for a lot of entrepreneurs here. Build the credibility so that we are able to. Scientists, there is one more. Take it. That's okay. I mean, we also got an idea that Karthik, you're also an engineer, right? We do a lot of things for certificates, but I hope it changes now. Lovely. So that was the final panel. Thank you so much. Lovely having each one of you here. Absolute pleasure. Those stories. Thank you so much for getting that guy to come to Mumbai and work on that pitch deck. Right? That's the kind of help many times we need even before the money comes in. Thank you for doing that. Now, we're about to close the evening. Just a few more minutes before we close it.
Just need to call Aishwarya onto the stage. Aishwarya, can you invite us? And then book launch. Aishwarya will invite us.
Right. Okay. So, just 10 more minutes. I want all of you to be seated because what we're going to be experiencing here, the last 10 minutes of Development Dialogue 2024 is going to be special for sure. A great takeaway for all of us. And to talk more about that, I was a little lost. Who do I invite on stage? So I approached Manish, I approached Raju, I approached Funny. All three of them pointed towards one person. And that person's name is Aishwarya from Kakatiya Sandbox. Please put your hands together for Aishwarya from Kakatiya Sandbox, who came up with this idea, implemented, and now we will get to know what exactly that is. There you go.
Thanks, Harish.
Check.
Thank you so much, Harish. Yeah, thank you. Good evening to everyone. As this event comes to an end, we have a heartwarming story for you to take with you. And that is the journey of how this booklet came about. The booklet was born out of, you won't believe it, it was born out of the Soul Store cloth wrapper. So for anyone who's interacted with our team, you would have noticed that it's a very young, dynamic team. So in all of our meetings, we have at least a bunch of ideas coming about. And in one of those meetings, someone brought up a Soul Store cloth wrapper and wanted Kakatiya Sandbox story to be represented along the same line. And then by the end of the meeting, we had the idea for a booklet. And at the same time, we were also looking for ways to make this conference more sustainable. And we were talking to, people working across different sectors in sustainability, organizations that were into sustainable products. And we were listening to all these wonderful, inspiring stories. And we decided to capture all these stories, including the story of our beneficiaries, into this nice small booklet. So now I'd like to invite the people whose stories have been captured on this booklet onto the stage, whoever is available today at this time. So first I'd like to start with Nalimella Chinnareddy, who is our beneficiary from the Agriculture Initiative. He's a turmeric farmer from Armoor district, and he's a very progressive farmer. He has already adopted a lot of organic farming and agri-tech techniques for his agriculture practices. Thank you, sir. We also have Akansha here with us. She's a 10th class student from one of our SIV schools. Come on to the stage, Akansha. And we'd also like to invite her school headmaster onto the stage, who's been a great support to both Akansha and for the SIV program on this, in the school. And next I'd like to ask Savin Pupala, one of our Skill Plus alumnus, to come onto the stage. So these are beneficiaries from different Kakatiya Sandbox programs. But if you notice in the booklet, we also have stories of people, inspiring stories from across northern Telangana. So on that line, I'd like to invite Ms. Madhavi and Mr. Venugopal Vipulancha onto the stage. They are the co-founders of Vistaraku, a sustainability alternative product company. And finally, I'd like to invite Karthik Priyagala, founder of Kamaniyam, onto the stage. So his organization, Kamaniyam, works again in the line of sustainable products.
Thank you so much.
So working on this booklet, it's been a journey of over a month, and we've come across a lot of inspiring people who doing really good work in around sustainability across different fields. And we'd like to felicitate them by giving each a book. I'd like to request Manish to come out on the stage and give each of our contributors a book.
Check. It's a beautiful moment, so I would surely love to have Mr. Raju and Funny also on stage, please, if you're around. It's a very nice moment, so we would surely love to have Raju and Funny also on stage if you're around. Thank you. Because something like this, once printed, is timeless. It's going to be there forever and beyond. We are not just talking about success stories. They are not concepts anymore. These are people who have created something so beautiful out of that we believe we had to put that in a book and distribute it so that it stays with us forever. The title of the book is Whispers to Echoes. What might have started as a cute little idea today is echoing across the district. And this is what Development Dialogue is all about, where we talk about new ideas and we also present examples of how we have seen people translate ideas into something so beautiful. Lovely having each one of you. Congratulations once again. This is just the beginning. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Lovely meeting all of you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I know few of you might be thinking, what kind of certificate are we giving people? we get panelists, and then we give them a certificate. What is the certificate? If you get a chance, do look at the certificate. It has a QR code. For every panelist who participated with us today, there is a tree, there is a sapling that is being planted on their name, and that's going to be nurtured. And wherever you are, if you scan the QR code, you will get to know the progress of that tree. So in a way, what we are trying to tell you is once you come to Nizamabad, you get planted here, right? And we won't let you go. So once again, congratulations to all the people who have contributed towards another successful edition of Development Dialogue, the Nizamabad edition. And for the vote of thanks, we know who deserves to come and wrap this up for all of us. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage our very own Shravya.
A very good evening, everyone. Today, in one of the sessions, there was a speaker that said, he was talking about classrooms and schools, and he said a sentence that made me think about this conference. He said, the fabric of the country should be represented in the classroom, in every school. And that's not the case in most schools usually. But I think that is the case here today. The fabric of this entire ecosystem is represented in this conference, right from farmers to students, to high school students, to women entrepreneurs, to micropreneurs, to budding entrepreneurs, to seasoned businessmen, to philanthropists, to venture capitalists, sustainability enthusiasts, agri thought leaders, everyone, you know, that contributes to this ecosystem, that lives in this ecosystem, is a part of our conference. And it made me realize the importance of this conference even more when he said that. It's this connection and network we build with each other that makes this conference even more powerful. I made a short video talking to different people today at the conference, and I would like to play it. So, there's so many people from different walks of life present today in the conference. First, let me talk about the women entrepreneurs that were here. Some of them have been with the Sandbox programs for a long time, but some of them, this is the first time they were here. And let's hear to their perspective.
ఏ టాలెంట్ ఉంది ఆ టాలెంట్ని మేము ఖచ్చితంగా బయటికి తీస్తాం మీరు చేయగలుగుతామంటే మేమే సపోర్ట్ చేస్తామని చెప్పేసి ఒక సొంత బంధువులలా చాలా బాగుంది.
So that beautiful lady, what she said is, after coming to this conference, you know, she feels confident that whatever talent she has, she feels like she has the support now to take that talent to the next level, and that's what she took away from this conference.
ఇంకా మళ్ళీ రావాలనిపిస్తుంది అందరితో పరిచయాలు పెంచుకోవాలనిపిస్తుంది.
This lady talked about networking. She really liked meeting other women like her, and she wants to build an even more stronger network and keep coming back to this development dialogue.
First one is the Kakatiya Sandbox CEO, sir, Manish sir. I am the host, sir.
So that was our student from one of the colleges that's a part of Skill Plus. We asked her who was her favorite speaker. She said Manish, and then she also said she was influenced by the way Harish, made an impact on her. We don't know, what we are saying, how we're saying, where we are, who we are talking to, but every of our interactions, conversations, words, ideas, all the students and people here today are listening to us, and we're sort of planting seeds in each other's minds about how to grow this even further. Next we went to the organizing committee, and I really liked his answer about what has this conference taught you the most.
Mainly I have learned patience through this conference.
He said he's learned patience through this conference, and that's amazing because it's a very hard thing to learn. Patience is a very hard thing to learn, and a conference at this scale can certainly teach you that.
Concept on sustainability and future proofing with sustainability. So we heard many speakers speaking on that.
So the other person that we just heard, I know the word sustainability is overthrown, but it's really nice when students, it's repeated so many times, and I think people will start thinking about it, and that's what the student there just shared. And then we also talked to the locals of Nizamabad. Some of them even found new customers for their business, like Arpit.
I have found 2 or 3 odd people as of now who are ready to talk to me for the turmeric. So I'm really happy with it.
And then a few others who feel a newfound sense of pride about our hometown, Nizamabad.
We get to see so much of talent, resource, and Nizamabad can offer.
So thank you all for this wonderful experience. We couldn't have done it without any of you. Thank you to the guests and speakers who take the time to come here. Thank you to the farmers, to the women, to the students who bring their energy here with to this conference. Thank you to the Nizamabadis. We all go back with a huge sense of pride about what we have accomplished and a bigger sense of responsibility about what is there to further work on. Would love to see you all here again for the next development dialogue. Thanks again.
Right. So thank you so much, Shravya. After the vote of thanks, I have no business going up on stage. So.
Oh, I also want to say one thing. Thank you to Charan and Arpit who've helped me with all the videos.
Fabulous. Thank you, Shravya. So the videography team, which is also from Nizamabad, they made a 1-minute snippet. Could you please have that on the screen, please, before we move out? Right. So, okay. So with that, we call it a day. I know, for all the people who've been working on this, feels like a marathon that has come to an end. But knowing the team, I'm pretty sure the minute they go back to office on Monday, they will start the preparation for the next marathon. And this goes on and on and on. Every time I come and work with this team, one thing is so clear, that the energy is infectious. The hunger to learn things and improve is something that I take back every time I talk to them. Compared to the last version, this one feels like a gazillion times better, and I know the next version is going to be a gazillion times better. That's how we wish to improve, and we will get to the level where we want to get. So thank you so much to the entire team for slogging it out, making it glitch-free, and creating an experience that was unheard of in Nizamabad. Right, okay. So the console team has realized that with a signal, they can actually buy minute and a half, 2.5 minutes from me. So I think they're playing up on that. So there is a video that the videography team has put together. They compiled basis the footage that they have collected through the day. And they would like to play that before we break for tea. So people who thought that's the end of it, no, this is the beginning. Now is when you start to network. You know who does what. You know who has the access to the capital, who can talk about access to capital. People who can train you about how to use that capital. You know who can bring the capability that could take your idea to the next notch. That magic is going to happen, not in this room, but that. Where we serve lunch is where we're going to be serving tea, where you get to network. Don't miss this opportunity. Because in the last panel, one beautiful line that we started the discussion with was, please don't hesitate to go and ask. Don't hesitate to go and talk to people. Unless and until you know that, you will never know what your real stakes are. So please do that through the networking. And now that the video is ready, can we have it on the big screen, please? Thank you. Final words. Storytelling is an art, and people who practice that are absolute artists. Thank you so much to the entire videography team. That was so quick, so crisp, and so beautifully done. We couldn't have thought of a better way to wrap this up. So on behalf of Kakatiya Sandbox, it's me, Harish Bharadwaj, signing off. Looking forward to talk to each one of you as we network over tea. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you.